Hello everybody, how are you guys doing? We got a late start today because, moving things. So, hey everyone. Hey XCS agent, Sora. Did I miss anybody? Indigo. Hope you guys are doing well. Yes, today we have a bit of a late start because moving stuff. There's a lot of paperwork to go through, a lot of stuff. So, as I said the other day, next few weeks is gonna be chaos. So expect streams whenever, pretty much. Yes, bug lore. We'll be working on the rest of this. For this little fella there. But yeah, I guess update for those that missed it last stream. I am moving next month, or at the end of this month. And yeah, it's going to be a bit of a mess because, yeah, we only have 1 month to move. I'm moving out with my partner. We're going to the Canary Islands. It's going to be great. And yeah, she got her residency placement out there in the hospital there. And yeah, we're very excited. It's a great place to live, and it's gonna be 5 years there. So yeah, we have to get the main thing we were occupied with today and yesterday was getting some plane tickets to actually go there next week, because we gotta go see apartments and like sign the lease of an apartment. So we gotta be there in person. We'll be there for most of next week, which means that while this week will be, pretty much regular in terms of streams, next week I'll be gone from Sunday to... I'll be leaving Sunday night. I'll be getting back Saturday. So yeah, it's pretty much won't have time for streams. Maybe one on Sunday, but I'll probably be too tired for that. And then I'll be back here for a week. Oh my god, my brain. So yeah, the week from 9th to the 14th and 15th I won't be here. I'll be there for the next week, and at some point in the last week of the month, so from the 23rd to the 29th, I'll be like actually going there and packing everything up. So obviously I'll have to like send my computer over in a box and hope they don't break it in the way. And yeah, so I won't even have access to my computer and my work stuff for a few days at the very least. Which one of the Canary Islands? Gran Canaria, to the capital. Hey Maxwell. So yeah, we're very excited about the move and about, like going out there. It's going to be a bit of an adventure, a bit scary, but yeah, most of this month is just going to be a mess with having to do all the paperwork and everything in just a month. And we're lucky that it's just, quote unquote, just a month, because my partner was able to get her placement very soon, since she was like pretty well placed. So we had an entire month to plan. People who are choosing their placements for their residency in the last days, so the people who are at the bottom of the list, they will have about 5 days to be there. Like, they will know where they're going, like in the whole country, and 5 days later they are starting to work, which is an insane thing to ask to anybody. Like, you gotta go there and be at a hotel until you find an apartment. I assume it's insanity, because you don't get paid until the first month in there. So yeah, it's I don't know who thought of this system. It's insane. But thankfully, quote unquote thankfully, we have an entire month to plan this. So yeah, I was essentially getting tickets and to be there next week. I'll have to update the schedule. God, I gotta note that down somewhere. I gotta update the schedule for next few weeks. I'll just like delete the schedule entirely so people don't expect like regular streams, because I have no idea when like today if I'll be late, if I'll have to move days around, an entire week I'm not gonna be here, etc. So yeah, gonna be fun. But few streams this month. Sorry about that. We're looking for a good apartment. Well, as good as we can get for you know, the money we'll get, but an apartment where we can have like a nice working space for me and for, you know, for streaming. So we'll have like a little dedicated streaming space instead of like me being there in this common room which with a lot of echo. We'll try to make like nice acoustics and everything. It's gonna be nice, but yeah, gotta update the schedule for now. That's all we can do. So yes, welcome everybody new. Hear me ramble on and on. Who's here? JJ Jungle Gloom. Hola, hola. I hope the move is as smooth as can be. Thank you. That's the best we can ask. Also, Jungle Gloom, Knillik, and not TD. Thank you guys for the follows. Like egg cartons. I'm gonna probably buy some. There's sound insulation. You can get that for very cheap. You know, those nicer looking ones that are just like little spiky boards. Those are like cheap as hell. So you can probably get a good pack for like on Amazon or IKEA or something like that. I assume it's fairly easy to find, but I still haven't looked it up too much. A word in Spanish. Let's see. A move, like moving from one house to another, is una mudanza, which has, even if it starts with move, I don't think it has anything to do with the word for move. So it's probably like a bit of a coincidence that they start the same. And save your matter, I haven't even started. But I'll save this information in my mind. Okay, so here we are. We worked on this a while ago. Actually, has to be a month ago now. God. Yeah, I thought it was sooner. Time does go on, doesn't it? Okay, so we worked on this during my stream marathon. That stream where we went on for 17 hours. That was very fun. That was actually very related to what I was talking about. That was partly to raise funds for the move, which, yeah, I've been saving up for a while for the move, and I thank all of you guys that have subscribed here to Patreon, just donated to my coffee, whatever, everything helps. Thank you very much. And commissions, of course. But that was during the marathon stream. We worked on this. I think that's the only like big thing we worked on during the stream. There were some other little things, but that was the main one. And I was slightly stuck because I have the story for this, but I'm not sure what to do with the pictures. So the story, as you can see, there's a family that lives with a mosquito. This huge mosquito, as you can see, has some human bones in its exoskeleton, meaning that in the past, while it was molting, while it was in its pupa, it got mixed up with a human, which is part of Megalomorpha lore. We're not going to get too deep into that. If you want to read about it, read Megalomorpha. There's a lot about that. Megalomorpha. So you got a link there in the chat. This like human bug hybrid, which can be assumed to be like pretty smart, has essentially brainwashed this family into believing that it is part of, you know, like it's like a family member, and it has brainwashed them into essentially acting as walking blood bags for it. It gets to feed on the family, and the family keeps it secret. And yeah, it's essentially just like a big parasite that's living with the whole family. So the I guess the germ of this idea was all these cool old pictures of families that where everyone looks kind of serious and you know, this is like dry expression. What if we put a big bug in there and everyone pretends everything's normal? I think that's just a very cool vibe to have in these like old picture edits where everyone's just acting normal and you add something super strange around it and suddenly you change the whole context. So we essentially did that. We added our big bug and we made everyone look kind of sick just by adding, you know, bags under their eyes, making them look pale. This family is in Mexico, by the way, if you're wondering. And we're gonna give them like Mexican names, etc. And that's essentially like the whole gist of the story. I don't know how deep we'll go into it. We'll figure that out based on the pictures, I think. But the last stream, we actually had we were chatting and like ideas kept coming up. So I have a few noted down here from last stream, which we'll go through, see what we like. Name this creature. I name it Eduardo. Eduardo. He's a phlebotomist by trade. Okay, I like that. This is Eduardo. Have you read the book Miss Peregrine's Home for Peculiar Children? Yeah, I know about it. I haven't read it, so I've just seen the pictures though. But I actually got commissioned to do a series of pictures of inspired by that book of Peculiar Children for a little TTRPG project called Peculiar Children about children's powers that are like running away from an organization. It's cool. So the big mosquito bug is doing its own thing and people are okay with it. First, mosquitoes that suck blood are female because they use the blood to make eggs. This is like, doesn't have to be this way because megalomorpha are not really like, they just happen to look like what our understanding of bugs is. We don't exactly know what they are. We don't know if they even have a concept of, you know, gender or not, like biological sex, like if there's any difference. So I just usually use it. But yes, it has convinced the whole family that it is a family member. They probably call it like Tío Roberto or something like that, uncle something. And yeah, it's like the whole family is okay with it because they've been doing it for generations. It's like a thing. It's like a tradition. I did see you redeem, but I am scrolling through chat because I'm slow. Can it be named Dan? Unfortunately, no, because JJ just unlocked the name this creature, and that can only be unlocked once per stream. So this creature is officially named. You had to have the points. Light versus dark next time, maybe. Is he nice though? It is not nice. It is definitely evil and, you know, essentially being a parasite for this whole family. Also, a phlebotomist is a health care professional who collects blood samples from patients for tests, transfusions, or donations. Thank you for the clarification for those that didn't know, JJ. I should have said it. Hopping into for I sleep. Hey Laz, hope you're doing well. This is literally El Mosco. Like if there is an El Mosco in the world, it's this one. Okay, so we go back to my little notes. These are things we discussed last stream. It's not an end all be all, just some quick ideas that we can run through and see what we can find in terms of images, and then just like start from there. So we talked about having the mosquito's room, like an attic, maybe a dusty attic where it's just living. So like a old dusty attic, and you can see the silhouette of the mosquito in the background. Then we can have the family's house. So in at least my current conception of the story in my brain, this is a pretty affluent family from the Mexican countryside. So, you know, they're like pretty much live on their own in a big house, and they have like big fields. So they like pretty much isolated from the world, and everyone knows them as, you know, the recluse family. You never see them around. Like you very rarely see them around. They always look kind of sickly. So yeah, like there's a bunch of rumors about them, but nobody really knows what's going on until these pictures are found many years later. Okay, 123 de Oliveira. Thank you for the follow, and Light vs. Dark, thank you as well. It is El Mosco Cannon, Ed. It shoots lasers from its eyes. True, absolutely, canon. Just your average family and their human-sized mosquito parasite pal. Exactly. Okay, so I figured a house in the countryside. This doesn't need to be edited. It can just be like a setup picture. It sets us in the world in a more specific place. This is where the family lives. You can pretty easily get, without me really telling you, you can tell that, you know, they live in the countryside, but they have like terrains and they come from money. There is this big multi-generational family with money. Then another option I was considering is showing other generations of this family. Obviously, we're not going to be able to find other pictures of the same people. Like, that would be insanely lucky to find other pictures of this exact family. So, best we can do, since we do want this we want this creature, this big mosquito, to be a sort of, you know, multi-generational curse that they carry with them in a way. It could be good to show other generations from other times. We would have to look up when this picture was from exactly. I have it noted down somewhere, but we'd have to look that up. Then, getting a close-up of one of these people, where we can see how the mosquito gets its blood. So I was thinking a mark in the neck, kind of like vampire-like. It just gets in the carotid artery or something like that. Well, that might be a bit much. But jugular vein, something like that. Or in the arm, you know, kind of like a phlebotomist. When they draw blood from you, from the arm here. Could be. And then, another that I really want to do, we don't have to do like only one of these. These are just several ideas, and we'll do a few of them until we have like enough that I'm confident that we can tell the full story with them. Another one we could do is a family tradition, a sort of little ritual or festivity that they just do on their own. And I'm not sure exactly what to do with this. Maybe looking up like Mexican traditions and applying some of that. That could be cool. But it's just like some kind of weird tradition that to them feels normal, like they've been doing it for generations. And it involves, of course, the either the mosquito or the blood that they give to the mosquito. And to us, it just looks like absolutely insane, but to them, it's just a normal thing. That could be fun. That's very dependent on the pictures we find, though. So we could take like an actual tradition and then just kind of morph it to turn it into something involving the bug and something creepier, or we could take something and, you know, just change, like make up our own tradition from the ground up, essentially. Again, depends on pictures more than anything, so we'll see about that. I think the most like the easiest ones to realize are other generations of the family. It doesn't have to be this kind of family photo where everyone's posing again. It can be like, imagine this is the 30s, imagine like the 70s or something like that. Like this family is still going and the mosquito is still alive. So we could get something like that. maybe with a more naturalistic picture, not like a post portrait, but a more, you know, day-to-day life thing could work. We can see. Can the coat of arms have the mosquito symbol? That would imply making a coat of arms. That would be a lot of work. But if we do a coat of arms, absolutely. Maybe have it kidnap people and force them to believe they're part of the family. I like that, but I think that would break them, like the metaphor a little bit, which the metaphor I want to tell with this story is a bit about like generational trauma and how, you know, you can have like this, there's this very good comic that Sora posted yesterday about, you know, someone describing their experience with like family trauma, and it's all about having a tiger living at your home. So it's like this monster that lives with you, and it just like it gets passed down. So it's essentially something in that vein where the monster is kind of, you know, its own representation of how, you know, the generation to generation families will pass down all these terrible traits sometimes till someone breaks the cycle. So maybe the story could end by, you know, someone breaking the cycle and kind of the family breaks apart, but like the curse is lifted in a way. Something like that could be. I still haven't thought about the ending that much. There are people who keep pet leeches and feed them with their blood. It's interesting. Oh, okay. This is something we can. Okay. This is stupid tangent, but there's this website called leech.com. I think I came across this by accident. I just looked for leech on Google, and there's this website called leech.com, and it's surreal. It's this website that just sells leeches, and it doesn't say it's for medicinal purposes, because I think that could get them in like legal trouble, but they do all they can to imply it. And they literally just sell you bunches of leeches in plastic bottles. It's so strange. Leech tube for easy latching. What? Leech tube. And it's just like very spammy sites that keeps like spamming you with sales, and it's this very strange thing. I came across this by accident, and it's one of my favorite like little weird internet corners where you can just get like photos of people like handing you a leech like this. It's insane. Free shipping on orders more than 500. Oh my god, yeah. Are we just sticking with adult mosquito? Can we work with eggs, larvae, and such? I think it's going to be adult mosquito for the whole story. Because, you know, we have other stories to talk about, like, their life cycle a little bit more. And this would be, like, the end of their life cycle, where they've fused with a human, and now they can live for super long, because they don't have, like, their exoskeleton, their limitations of weight of their own exoskeleton. So... well, anyway, that's leech.com. Hope you liked it. It's a very funny site to just send to people randomly if you ever need something like that. The thing about the eggs of this species is that they can only grow on water. The first part of the species life cycle is in the water, which let's just go and like look through Megalomorpha to get some I promised bug lore here, the title, so it's gonna be bug lore, of course. Buy 3 Valdevia's fractal juice and have some free liches on the side. Yes. Mosquito looks like it has an oddly human ribcage. Very well noticed. It is a human ribcage and a human skull. So yeah, that's because it's a fusion. It's a blend. Okay, let's go to just megalomorphites here. It's in I'll show you on my website because it's everything in one place instead of me having to pull out the pictures individually. So megalomorpha, if you don't know, I'll put this link in chat. There it is. It's written. This isn't like inverse chronological order, so this would be the most recent story, and this would be the oldest. I would recommend reading it if you want to go through the whole thing, which I recommend. It's like a nice, I try to make it feel like a bit of a rabbit hole where you're just looking at separate stories and trying to pull like a piece of the puzzle together. I would recommend probably starting from the ones in the bottom. Not necessarily in any strict order, just start with the one that calls your attention the most, and you can start from there and then maybe make your way to the top. But what I wanted to say, basically, we've seen the eggs once in this story about a diver in the USSR. They're going to survey some sunken ships from World War II, and they find this cluster of eggs. So we only have, like, they sent a couple divers down. They're not recovered. They just recover the cameras, and these are what the pictures they find. So clusters of eggs. They're touching them, so we can see a size comparison. And what you can see here in the corner a little bit, it might be a bit hard to see on the stream, but there's a little shadow here. Something stalking them, and finally, their brood mother, I guess, one of the megalomorpha that has their full life cycle underwater. It's just like taking care of the eggs. Goes and finds them. You might recognize his face if you've played Elden Ring. Elden Ring has some like insect enemies that used this Dobson fly, which is this type of insect. It's a very cool insect. In any case, that's a story about Soviet Union. But we can see that first like egg part of the life cycle is underwater. Then we can see the larvae. When we see the larvae, I don't know, I never know how to say the plural. When we see the larvae, oh, this is kind of broken, but I think it's because I'm in edit mode, so no worries. They are also underwater, so this on an expedition looking for a ship that sank in an accident, and they find this. A bunch of little larvae just going around. Then we see the pupa. So with transition from larva to pupa, they go out to like on land. So the first time we see the pupa is in buried. So this one is like entirely on land. It's buried next to some Viking tombs. So it's like a deliberate burial. So there's like some ritual aspect to this. We're not sure if what's inside this is just a regular megalomorpha or if it has been fused with a human. It's unclear. The other time we can see the pupa is in this drawing here of some fishermen pulling it out of the water. And then we see it breaking out and seeing this what they call an angel. We don't know exactly if it was a hybrid in this case or not. Then, of course, we do have the story about the Australian fisherman and his diary. So this lonely fisherman finds something weird snagged in his net, and he pulls it out, and it's this huge cocoon, and it's alive. So he just keeps it in his room and figures like it's gonna come out eventually. So he's trying to like take care of it and help it come out, and it doesn't. Eventually he's like going insane, like isolated with this strange pulsating pupa, and it feels like it's calling to him. So eventually he decides, and this is like where the manipulation comes in, he decides he's gonna get in, like open up the pupa, open the hard shell on the outside and get in, and kind of like liquefy with it and metamorphose with it. And the last thing we see is the broken shell. We don't see exactly what happened, but the broken shell is in the water. So we can assume it finished his transformation down there and now is somewhere out there alive. So that's what we got essentially. That's their life cycle, if you want it explained in a clearer way. So in the case of the mosquito, this guy, we already have an adult, which would be probably able to lay eggs, but we're kind of nowhere near the water. So I assume at some point it might leave and just go out and drop some eggs somewhere, using, you know, the blood it's been taken from this family. Or maybe every so often it just goes out and leaves some eggs in the water. I don't know exactly, like, there's not really settled part of the lore, but my headcanon with this is that when you see the story with the scuba divers, and they go and see the eggs, and they get attacked by what I call the brood mother, like the individual protecting the eggs. I assume that there's some sort of like place or general places in the world that are near the poles, like in very cold places. The megalomorph have put their eggs down in the water because they have a very slow life cycle. So they're gonna stay there for many years until they open. So there's like this one individual that's protecting all the eggs. So not only theirs, it's this kind of just defender individual. And also their life cycle like takes place all over the world, which is we can see them kind of all over. If you have noticed, it's kind of deliberate, there is a geographical pattern where the eggs we can see are in the Arctic Ocean. Then we can see this frozen larva here down in Antarctica. So we can assume that the eggs and at least like the first part of the larva's life cycle as it's getting larger happens like in very cold places, Arctic and Antarctic. Then we can see some larvae in Hawaii. Hey! What is all? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Take that money away from Jeff Bezos. He doesn't need it. Thank you so much. So next time we see the larvae, they are near the equator. So we can see that they are born and raised in like colder parts, and then they make their way like over to warmer parts, which is why the adults, we can usually see them in more temperate places or even like tropical places. Thank you so much, what is alt? Do they only leave eggs in the ocean, or can it be fresh water too? I've only done ocean so far. Yeah, I've only done ocean. So yeah, I guess saltwater, like animals tend to prefer one of those. They're not very good at, like very few animals can jump from fresh to saltwater. So let's just say ocean. Obviously, like, it's Mexico. We can set it like next to the ocean if you want to. Also, it's a mosquito. It's able to fly. It could probably fly the long distance needed to lay eggs somewhere else. But that's not necessarily something we're going to deal with in the story. I don't think the story has to deal with that. It's minutiae. Like, it's important to think about, of course. But I don't know if it would serve the story to talk about like where it goes lay eggs. At most, maybe a mention of how it occasionally just leaves for long periods of time. Are they from the time when Antarctica was still green? For some unknown reason they had survived. They are very, very old. So they've been around for a long time. But this frozen one specifically is... could be from an older time in Antarctica. It could be a more recently frozen thing that just like emerged eventually, like to the movement of ice, emerge a bit to the surface, something like that. But yeah, that's like specific lore things that I think it's better to leave them as mystery. Like, I don't want to go into the evolutionary origin of Megalomorpha. And the more mysterious that is left, the better, because there's also that conflation that a lot of people do between the Megalomorpha, like within the stories and outside too. There's a lot of like religious conflation between Megalomorpha and people treating them as like angels or worshipping them or just obsessing over them in weird ways, which gives them this like nearly like godly or spiritual tint in a way. So in this case, for example, this is all about a monastery in medieval Spain where they found this cocoon and it came out and they all started worshipping the Megalomorpha as an angel, and they started actually warping their religion in a way that worried the Vatican so much that they had to send someone to essentially destroy all the proof of their existence and take all the statues and all of those things and store them safely until they reappear hundreds of years later. Essentially. Then we have this one, which is essentially a more modern version of that in the 1950s or 1953 set. We have a church forming in Norway with an adult Megalomorpha that's manipulating this whole community into essentially the intention of this Megalomorpha is to use them as a sort of breeding cycle. It wants to, you can see many of the rituals of the group were centered around the youngest members. They wore white clothing and were referred to as initiates. The purpose of their initiation was never made clear. In an interview, a 7-year-old claims, "One day I will be one with God." So that implies that the children are kind of being trained to eventually become fuse with the whatever descendants this big moth has. It would be cool speculative evolution. Absolutely. It'd be a fun thing to tackle. I'm not good enough biology to do something like super speculative evolution, which is why I kind of stay clear of that. Also, the more strictly biological I make them, instead of these weird monsters that are kind of impossible to understand and kind of magic in a way, the more it may take away mystery. So I wanna stay clear from that a little bit. But yeah, essentially there's a lot of mixing between those more biological things and those more religious things. Obviously, you can be on the fence, on both sides of the fence, of thinking oh, they are actually they do have some religious thing, or they do actually have some higher powers, or they are just manipulating people somehow, using pheromones or whatever natural method you want, and they are using that to manipulate people into thinking they're gods. So it could be taken both ways, which is fun. The fact that insect has what seems like human hands is related to the appearance of the human skeleton of the mosquito. It is. And the humanoid insects from the statues and skeletons. Could be, we don't know about that. It happened so long ago and all records were destroyed. But it could be. There's stuff that retroactively kind of applies. The very first parts of this series, I didn't have all this lore figured out. So, for example, this part, I still hadn't thought about. It was the very, very first thing I did. It was the very first horror thing I've ever done back in 2020. And before that, I did surreal stuff. It's a whole other story. But I didn't think about. I was just thinking like I want to do something with big bugs. So now looking back at this part, I think it has gained some extra, some like extra depth after what I've done later. So for those that missed it, it was long ago. I think most people haven't read this one. So, the following pictures and documents were retrieved from the remains of the ship Storaker. Its crew and most of its cargo lost in a storm off the coast of Denmark while returning from an archaeology expedition to the Viking burial ground of Sundrum. Sundrum, I don't know how to pronounce that. Excerpt from the diary of main archaeologist Ture J. Arne, pictured right on item 2. 22 March 1905. Today we dug up something strange. It wasn't far from the other graves in the area, but it was buried deeper. The extraction was difficult since it had become encased in a hard piece of sandstone we had to break through. This artifact, it doesn't look like anything we've seen from the Vikings. It seems too detailed for one of their carvings. The dark stone it's made of is certainly not from the region. A piece of loot from one of their raid, perhaps? We'll have to bring it back to Copenhagen and analyze it further. Later on in his diary, says the crew is quite disturbed by the artifact, and I've heard far-fetched speculation about its origins. As much as I hate to admit it, it makes me feel uneasy too. There's one more thing I'm hesitating to write down. When I touched its surface, I felt a very slight vibration, nearly imperceptible. None of the others seemed to notice. Thinking back on it, that was likely the result of a tired mind and an imagination stirred by old wives' tales. Tomorrow, we'll load it on the ship with the rest of the findings and come back to the museum. Next picture is the remains of the ship Storaker, found the 6th of April 1905 in the Kattegat area. The ship was heavily damaged and no living crew was found on board. So, this was my very first horror thing ever, like in my very first like story in this way, and at first it was like, you know, it's this cool cocoon and something woke up on the way back. It left the cocoon because it was broken free from its confinement, and it killed everyone. As simple as that. But then I figured, like, after all we've done, talked about like these kind of like weird ritual fusings between bugs and the humans. The fact that this is in a burial ground next to like Viking tombs means that it was probably used by them in some kind of like burial ritual, and there is actually a human that's been fused in there, and it's just due to the fact that it was put underground, it kind of stayed dormant for thousands of years because these things live forever. Well, not forever, but like the megalomorpha live a very long time. So the fact that it's in the burial ground kind of puts in a different context suddenly, which is funny. So there we go. Enough rambling though. Let's find something else to do with this little guy. With the now officially named Eduardo the Mosquito. Or the Moscow, I guess. Let's try find pictures of the house, because that will have something for the setup of the story. I think it'll be good. So let's go here and go to Pickrell. Also, while I'm here, gonna quickly look for the image I'm using for the family. It shouldn't be too far from here. Well, it turns out we had a lot of cool pictures of families. Because I got them all saved in the same place. Oh, but I can't find the one I was looking for. Okay, there it is. That's the photo. It doesn't really have a specific year, just a range of years. So 1910 to 1919. This would be the... And they also tell you a specific place. Valdevia. Let's look for that. Let's look for that on Google. Oh, that's a cool place. I love these Mexican churches. Okay, let's see here. Let's go here instead. Okay, so it's essentially just around here. Fairly close to Mexico City. So we have a specific place for it. We can go to a different area, but if we go like too far, we might... Like the clothes might start like not matching the region, those kinds of things, so we should keep it like fairly close at least. A bug that gets adopted by a bomber crew. They would do that. Okay, also, let me... Oh, this photo is part of an album. Could we, by chance, find more of this family? Oh! Oh, this is a find. This is a find. Okay, there's definitely something worth it here. These pictures are so cool. Okay, also, let me note down 1910s. Oh, because it's the Mexican Revolution, so of course it's 1910 to 1919. So just noted down the place and time so we can like fit that into the story. Oh, these are so damn cool. I love the hats too. Hey, here's our family. I was thinking, what if we could find... pictures of the same people? At least where one of the same people appears. But we don't really have a name for the family or anything like that. Oh yeah, but this will definitely have some cool material to pull from. Because it's from the exact same era, you know, it's Mexican Revolution era. Maybe we can find a photo of their house here. Most of these are stereographs, which isn't the best, but could work. Oh damn, this is a very cool collection. Oh, look at them armed. This is such a cool picture. What if the mosquito latches onto someone permanently? Like the worst dialysis machine. I feel like it would probably feed for quite a while on each of these people, and kind of just like they would offer their blood in turns. The Batista bug. Oh my god, this is such a good picture. With his donkey. Okay, we do need to find family photos. That's important. This one's very good as well. Oh, look at this old village. That's so cool. Mom said it's your turn to be plots out. Also, the mustaches is something we... Look at this mustache. Come on. That's glorious. Zapata. Let's see, not a lot of them are family portraits though. So we got a few of those in the beginning. But these ones are more of soldiers and the war. Which makes sense, it's a collection of pictures about the Mexican Revolution, so... Yo, look at this. It's a classic Aztec clock, or not clock, it's a calendar. Oh, this statue. Oh, that's one of my like favorite statues ever. I can't even zoom in on it. Valdevia, thank you for the follow. At this point, I'm just enjoying looking at these pictures. They're very good. This picture is so good. Like all the dust being kicked up. Actually, since the Mexican Revolution is pretty well documented, there are a lot of photos. I've already done an edit set in the Mexican Revolution. It's the one with Hellkite. I think I can probably find it by scrolling down here. Let's see. Where are you, Hellkite, my boy? Here. There it is. This one's from 1911. I get a mustache on that mosquito. Absolutely, we should. Put that back on Megalomorpha. Going to a trip to Mexico, nice. Oh, hold on. Everyone stop. Look at this background. Could this be our background? Give me a sec. Huh. I mean, the plants are definitely similar. Or like the painted plants are not really... It's like one of those portrait backgrounds. But I'm now wondering if this guy appears Doesn't seem like it. So it has to be a different guy. But we got the same background. So there is a chance that we could find other people from the same family, which is quite cool. That's like really rare. Googly eyes. You guys are wasting your time. This picture is full of googly eyes. Look at that. Everyone has googly eyes. I will save those googly eyes for later, because whenever we start a new picture. I guess these ones don't really work with the skull, because we added that later. You have to move them around. It's a bit better. Okay, let's see. Is baby here? Wonder if it could be anyone in the other picture. I don't think so. Doesn't look like it. Oh. Same background. This one is the same background for sure. Because, yeah, that's absolutely 100% the same background. Like, look at that. I have not seen Everything Everywhere All at Once, but I know it deals with googly eyes. So I do need to go to the cinema and see it. Hopefully when I'm not super busy for moving, but I will have to go see it. The googly eyes were right in front of us the whole time, exactly. You fools, you didn't know my whole power. Everything was full of googly eyes all along. So there we like literally have the same background, but it's not the same people. Interesting. They are all googlied. They are. They were googlied many moons ago. Exactly 1 month ago. It is the power of googly owl. So here we have the same, I guess the same background from the same photographer, but a different family or a different group. The ideal, of course, would be to find a photo of the family in the mosquito picture in any other setting. But I think that might be hard. Oh yeah, same background again. So it seems like we have the whole collection from this photographer who just did portraits, it seems. Look at this. Look at the mustache here. What's going on? That's too much. That's too much, bro. Oh, this one seems angry. Okay, here we have people standing on a cornfield. Could they be from the same family? They're far away enough that we could possibly just say so and blur their faces a bit. But I don't really know what I would do with this, honestly. Someone riding El Moscow. Let's see. Seems like there's a procession during independence festivities. I would kind of like to see other like festivities or traditions. Maybe something that doesn't look super crowded, because I want this to be a family only thing, and it can be like a big family, but there's too many people. Let's see. Here we have a Mexican home. Oh, it is so small. Yeah, it's such a small picture. Hey, Beshu, thank you for the follow. Thinking of the Futurama episode with bog ranchers. Yeah. Okay, so no luck with the house. Oh, with the family. Other pictures of family. Which is fine. I wasn't expecting it, but since we found the collection it was from, like, there was a chance that we could find it. But now I would like to look for a Mexican house. And see if we can find like a fancy looking home in Mexico. Let's see, from the year... early 20th century. We don't have to set it that. Let's see. Oh, damn. That is some house. Big old patio. With arches. I mean, it could be their house. If we want to make them like mega rich, not like just an affluent family, they're like mega rich. This could be a way to do it. Well, let's see. Mexican housing. These all seem to be from the same collection of, I think it's a collection of photos from Mexican immigrants to the US. Back in, let's see the year, out of curiosity, 39. Well, let's see if we can find like actual houses in Mexico with like traditional architecture. Like fancy traditional. This one's okay. It was like a big house. Custom house. Oh, okay. It's kind of covered in trees. Who are these people? US President William Taft and Mexican President Porfirio Diaz. Maybe if we look for the word for like big house in Spanish, because most of these seem like to be from California. This one's cool. General Vallejo house. But maybe if we look for something like caseria. Bug lore, yes. We're dealing bug lore here. Oh, nothing from before the 1990s. So I guess that is not the right thing to look for. We do have a burb. That's not bug lore, but it's cool. Changed it to Mexico house. Pink Slime, thank you so much for the follow, and Orange Kiwi. Oh. Oh, this one's fancy. This is called Mexico house. Let's set that to... just like before. There we go. New opera house. We don't have anything else about this place. So I was kind of imagining first a house, kind of like an old but big house in the countryside. This is much more of a city house. It could definitely work as well though. It would kind of change the story from them like having money to having money. Just two different things, but we can definitely make it work within the story. And Moscow also can create a very good metaphor. I'm essentially or using it as a metaphor for generational trauma, so. Also, thank you, Pink Slime. Oh, this is the vibe. See, this is exactly what I was thinking about. It's like a big house, but kind of... Where is this one? More in the countryside. Like, this is too fancy. This feels like it's been worked on, you know? It's a more of a living place. We got a little church back there, so they could be living in this small village. Oh, Mexican picnic. Oh, this is so good. This is such a good picture. The hats are so good. I want to have one. Can anyone invite me to Mexico? I love this photo as well. This one's alright too. Okay, let's see what else we can find. Apparently a lot of drawings. Oh yeah, there can definitely be some like class commentary within it. Since we're using the Switch family. Big funky bug with funky hat supremacy. What is NM? Is that a states? I'm trying to think. What state is NM? New Mexico. Yeah, okay, makes sense. Yeah, because I was looking for Mexico in the search. Oh, this one's kind of broken. But it could be like a nice layer for our Moscow. Here too. This one's nice because we have this dark space where the mosquito can just be there in the corner. Maybe other searches will give us good results. Maybe looking for a ranch. Oh, Embassy of New Mexico. What a strangely tall house. It's like a regular house, but tall. A strange building. Who taught this guy like gun security? Literally like hand on the trigger pointing to the other guy. Maybe a mosquito could be hiding behind the fireplace. A secret room. That's a pretty entrance. Again with the strange fireplaces. What's up with that? We got a lot of houses from New Mexico, apparently. Yeah, it could be pointing behind, but still, it's like it doesn't seem very safe. I would not recommend either. I mean, I would recommend against guns in general, but if you're gonna have one, don't point it at your friends. Ooh. Oh, this is very good. It's called The Great Electric Skull. Juan Guadalupe Posada. Oh, let's see if there's more of this. Juan Guadalupe Posada. Ooh, could this be? Yes! That's so good. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's yeah. Guadalupe Posada is like an artist that just did a lot of skulls. Yep. Yeah. I recognize many of these. Now I realize who it is. Like, you know, sometimes you find your brand and people like it, so you gotta... You find like your thing. My thing is like fake historical horror, and Posada's thing was cool skeletons and demons, and that is cool. These are so good. Great vibe, absolutely. Oh man. Let's see, seems like we are running out of relevant results. It seems like there's a lot of pages, but don't worry, it's just gonna stop giving us relevant results at some point. At that point you can move on to a different search. Hey, there's that statue again. I love it. I love the two snake heads kind of fusing in the center. Such a good statue. What if we look for a ranch or something like that? Maybe a rancho, which would be the rancho. See if we find anything relevant. Not that many pictures, so it should be easier to comb through. Okay, small house. Definitely not that like luxury thing I was thinking about, but it is cool. It's like alone. This one's big, a little bit in disarray. It is also a cool vibe. I like that. Okay, XCS, you have a good night. Thanks for coming and for chatting. Do you usually have a picture in mind when you go searching, or you can see what you find and draw inspiration from research? Can be a bit of both. It's usually somewhere in between the two. Like I have an idea in mind, but as I look for pictures, I'll kind of update that idea. In this case, I'm looking for a nice house, like on the fancier side, but in more of a rural area. So, or like a big house. Something like this. Something that you can tell is from like an established family, but more towards the countryside. Though I could also adapt the story. God, it's got so many things open at this point. I could adapt the story to a house like this, like in the city. So the family goes from something a bit more, you know, isolated and rural to something a bit more urban. Both could work. So definitely on the bigger side, but not super fancy. Huh, this one's cool. Okay, I kind of like this because we see them from afar, so we can't really like make a super specific idea about the house. It's kind of, I think it was badly scanned or something like that. Like the photo is being bent, and the scan, since it's wavy, the scan is only picking up these parts, which is annoying. Either that or it's some kind of camera error. I kind of like this because there's like nothing around, and the houses are far away enough that you can just like make your own idea. They're just like big houses and a bit far away. So that could be one option. This one's kind of cool as well. There's too many people though. I kind of liked the like isolated. This is the one from before. The isolated feeling of those houses. See, the problem is that they're badly scanned. California Historical Society. Let's see. I don't think I've ever searched on this site. So let's see what we can find. Let's remove the... Nothing. Search the collections, could be. Online catalog. Sometimes you're gonna have to go through hoops. Simple search. Let's see. We have a group photo. Is that the only thing? It's apparently a collection of wrenches. But it only gives me this. Okay, so there doesn't seem to be a lot. It's just like literally one picture. Kind of sucks. Let's see if Google will have something else, or Tin Eye. Okay, it found it in that digital library. So I guess I was in the wrong site. Great. We found it at least. Sometimes these sites are just very annoying to deal with. Yeah, seems like this is a result of a bad scan, maybe? I'm not super sure how much is the fault of the scan and how much is the fault of the image. It does seem like it's good quality, so it might just be the image. Like some of the other images have like big holes in them, so... maybe it just got smushed with time. Okay, public domain. That's good. Can we download this, please? I'll have to use an extension that Stephanie Shelahi gave us. Dezoomify. Let's see if it works. Let's see. Oh, we have a problem. God damn it, it's not finding the image. Anyone ever thought your work was non-fiction? Absolutely. It happens as more often than you'd probably think. Because people just see stuff on the internet and they believe it. Like, without thinking twice about it. If it got away from Twitter, it got away never like super far, but yeah, it did. Some images kind of get around. There's one that Snopes had to do an article on. Okay, this will only save the canvas. No, this will just give me the clip of the image. It's so annoying. Oh, found images. Seems like it couldn't really find it. Annoying. Ambassador John Bolton. Welcome. It happens sometimes. Let's see. I wonder what's DPLA? Let's see. Oh. Seems like it's more than one archive. How could this be? Maybe this archive will have a bit of an easier download. Ooh. And we have more stuff. That's cool. I love this cross overlooking the mountains. This one's kind of cool as well. It's more of a, you know, it's not as fancy a house, but it's nice. Okay, I could search for the specific image, but I'm finding so many cool ones here. So many like cool ranches that some are probably a bit too small for what we're looking for this like big family home. But we'll see what else we can find. This one's a bit dilapidated. That's Valdevia, yes. Ooh, let's see this one. At a glance, it looks fancy. Oh, this one's fancy. 1929. I mean, this was definitely like higher class. It has a driveway in the 30s, from the 20s, sorry. Definitely like well built and maintained. It has a little garden, it has mowed grass. Feels more more US American than Mexican, maybe. It's classic Valdevia, yeah. I like to sneak up like these kinds of sneaky remixes of songs like that. Okay, let's see. I kind of like this. Adobe house. Ooh, this one's fancy. Okay, that could definitely work. We have a person here, which is a bit annoying. We could cut them out, cut her out. We move this person, or just simply close temper out. But it's definitely like one of the fancier houses, and I mean, it's like a little pissing guy fountain, which is very, very old-time classy. Very campy. This one's cool, but we can't see a lot. So this picture is just simply to use it. This one's cool. It feels kind of isolated, which is nice. So the most we'll edit from this is, you know, little details that bother us, like if we want to remove a person or like this kind of thing. This is more of a setup for the story, just to like set up the physical place it's happening in. Hey, it's Theo. How are you doing, Theo? We're looking for fancy Mexican houses. Hey, that's the one. Oh no, it just brings me to the same place. Darn it. Yeah, this one's just hard to download. I might have to do it manually. But now that we look at other houses, I kind of prefer others now. Yeah, the clip image kind of gives you like the current cut you have of it, which is decent enough. We'll do that. We'll get a cut that kind of focuses on the middle here. I think that might be 16:9 or 2:3. I'm not exactly sure. Actually zoom it out a little bit. Oh, toggle full page. Oh, but then I can't do clip image, so. Yeah, let's just download this. Yeah, 5,000 pixels is more than enough. But now I kind of like this one. I like it. It's fancy. It's like a ranch, but a fancy ranch. You know, they would have a car, definitely. They have a driveway. And this like the 1920s, I assume. So definitely like on the fancier side. Okay, let's see if it downloads. It's kind of stuck loading. There it goes. Okay, we're good. So this one's one of my favorites. This one feels, I don't know. Feels like a bit of an American house, like US American. It's trying to look a little bit Mexican, but not exactly like the vibe. That is based purely on vibes, by the way. I thankfully have some, what? Oh, that sucks. They really only give you 1,000? By 1,000? Please email administrator to request access to high-res assets. You absolute buffoons. Okay, now we'll hit that with the Zoomify and see if we can get something. This is the USC libraries. I don't know exactly what that is. From California Historical Society collection. Jabby Ann, thank you for the follow. Okay, let's see. Is Zoomify not really finding anything? Let's see if we just open it on the website. We hit that. University of Southern California. Famous private university. Of course it would be the private university that does. That doesn't let you download their old ass images in full quality. That's something they would do. Here, and they even have more fancy houses. Like, this is evil. Oh, this one's so good. They really want me to email them for these pictures. I could actually, you know what? We will put a pin on this, and I will literally pester them until they send all the pictures. And if I can't, I'll find a way to using the zoom tool get the biggest quality I can out of it. Because that's just a bit annoying. So if they want to be annoying, I will be annoying right back to them. Like, I'm gonna pester them until by the way, I'm just going through these tabs. I'm saving all these images, and I'm gonna send them images. I'm gonna send an email so they grant me access to all of these. Like, come on. What a strange way of gatekeeping. Academia can be so annoying. Yeah, absolutely. Maximus Prime, thank you for the follow. USC accepted me but didn't give me any financial aid, which is basically a light rejection. Fair enough, yeah. Insanely expensive. Yeah, I've heard so about US universities. That's insane. I think, do you guys want to know how much I paid for my full 6 years of university? I think that might be like jaw-dropping to Americans. I paid about $3,000 in total over the whole 6 years. It was about So it's generally like about $1,000 a year. But if you have more than, like, if you have familj numerosa, like it's called like essentially a big family, you have more than 3 or more siblings, essentially. If you have 3 or more siblings, if you have 2 or more siblings, if you are 3, you get a discount of 50%. If you have, I think, 4 or more, you have 100% discount. I'm sorry. It's how it should be everywhere. It's a public university. That's med school, yeah. And that is a mosquito. That's quite insane. I'll catch it. It absolutely should be like that everywhere. Like, it's a state-run university. You pay a little fee if, like, there's a lot of exemptions to the fees. Like, you know, bigger families, you get exempted. I got 50% off, and if you have an even larger family, that's 100% off. And there's like a bunch of, if your family makes less than certain quotas, they pay for it, or they give you aids. But yeah, it's not a huge hassle to go to university here, which is why I'm always so sad to hear that people in the US are going broke and like staying in debt for years and years and years, because universities are greedy like that. Oh my god, the googly eyes. I always forget about them. Yeah, the US is a mess in many things. Many like public things, not in like, you know. I have many friends from the US and they're all great, but institutionally, goddamn, you could do with it. Like, I wouldn't even call it like strong socialism. It's what every European country does, socialist, with a socialist government or not. It's kind of the baseline here, so it's at a point where it probably feels like very like universal healthcare and cheap and free public education seems like a no-brainer here. So it's hard. It's always hard to like talk about it with Americans, because, you know, it's like we're in completely different baselines, if that makes sense. But yeah, go on. I hope you guys as politicians eventually get on the right track. Decades of Cold War indoctrination. Fair enough, yeah. Yeah, it's insane. It's something I really have trouble believing. Okay, so back to the mosquito. I have my big list of ideas here. We got the family's house. I'm just gonna put a pin on that. I'm literally gonna draw a little pin because I want to be literal like that. I put a little pin next to the family's house because I want to get back to that. We got some cool pictures, but they're kind of not paywalled, but they're just kind of walled. And I want to either get a good way of stealing them, but that may be not stealing them, but getting them from the Zoom tool, which will be time consuming, so not something too interesting to do on stream, or email them and just pester them until they give them to me. So pin on that and we'll see. Then I wanted to do the mosquito's room. The googly eyes are epic. What's the topic? We got to US education, but we were looking for images for this edit. Let's see. Let me close down a bunch of tabs. I got so many of them open. Okay, I wanted to look for attics. God, got so many things open here. Oh, this picture is badass for those that missed it before. Look at this. This is from Mexican Revolution. Everyone's just... Everyone's armed. And the funniest thing is that you think, oh, everyone's armed but her. But no, look at her hand. She has a big revolver. Oh, great picture. Okay, this picture I really like. It feels like it could be the village where this is taking place in, like this like faraway village. It's just like generally kind of old, kind of poor, and you have this family that is richer and it's kind of living outside, like essentially isolated. I don't know if we could get, like, if it would make sense to have a picture of the nearby village, but if we do need it, we have that one. Then we got these, which were from the same place, from the same collection as the family picture we got. It should be somewhere around here. There it is. This could be, if we get like very, very fancy with it, this could be the inside of the house. She got the piece. There's so many great photos of this era. It's a lot of these are from the Mexican Revolution, which is very well documented for the time, because the 1910s. So you have a lot of pictures of, you know, like this whole collection. I really recommend it. It's a beautiful collection, the Elmondad Powell collection on the Mexican Revolution. And I will copy it there in case you guys want to go through it. It's just fantastic. It's a lot of soldiers with very cool hats, very cool mustaches, armed to the teeth, and just posing, sometimes with their families, sometimes with like guitars or like festivities. But sometimes you can see that it's more in like the front lines in the war. It's a very cool period, and you know, the fashion is just, it's just so on point that it's just cool to see. Look at all the pouches they carry. So they carried either pouches that I assume have bullets, or they literally carried the bullets like that. That's so cool. Like, look at this guy with this fancy horse and bullet belts. You can't get it cooler than that. Like, it was honestly, there are some like very cool fits that I would wear if I was not a coward. Okay, so let's stop getting distracted and look for attics. Let's bring back, yes, exactly. Let's bring back the Mexican Revolution fits. We should all get together as a society and settle on that. If we do have to choose something, just the big hat, that's okay. Let's go with the big hat. Oh, this place is kind of creepy. Okay, so if we're looking for attics here, we are trying to find a place where the mosquito could live. So I don't know if we should go for kind of cleaner, not this because it has beds. It wouldn't make sense to have a bed. Or if we should go for something kind of dilapidated. I don't think the mosquito would really require something super fancy. It would probably require more than anything a place to hide. Oh, this is very cool. Like, all wooden. And kind of, you know, old, rural. I could probably work with most of the houses that we have. Reminded me of how in elementary school we did activities for Cinco de Mayo that were well-intentioned and meant to be educational, but just wound up being kind of racist. Oh no, like dressing up as stereotypes. And for that unintentionally racist vibe. Yeah, the wooden one seems really cool. I just literally like looked it up here. I should recherche collection en ligne. Sorry, we just switched to French. We'll get there. This Megalomorph sub-series has neo-gothic vibes. I like that. Ooh, we don't have anything here. Let's just Google it. Sometimes that works. It seems like the photo's kind of small. Hopefully we'll find a better quality, which is why I like to go to the source to look for the images, because you'll often find better quality versions. Oh, Wikimedia has it. Ooh, let's hope for good luck. It's kind of small. All the versions. Is that bigger? Let's see. Not super big, but it's definitely bigger than this. For some reason, it has the bigger version on the under the other pictures tab. I don't know. Let's see. How big are these? 600 pixels, 500 pixels, 500 pixels. Alamy has it. It doesn't seem like it's any bigger on here. Definitely not. Sometimes there's like better versions of the image in... Ooh. Okay, New York Public Library has one. It seems to be a print. It's not a very good scan of this print, though. That's unfortunate, because it's a very good picture. I was looking suddenly French in my ears. I am known to do that. It's either French or Spanish. You'll never know. Different attic, same site. Ooh. Oh, that is very good as well. Let's see. Seems like it's about the same size. Still, let me remove that mobile. For some reason, that kind of bothers me. French Wikipedia has a completely different layouts to English and the rest of Wikipedias. I have no idea why. But thank you, that's a very good picture as well. I wish we had better scans, but I assume that being from the same place and the same collection, both scans will be equally limited in that way. Sort by biggest image. Yeah, we're not gonna get really big images here. Let's see. Let's keep looking because we didn't get very far. We kind of chose one of the first ones here. Oh, there we have the same one again. Oh, these ones are just kind of creepy. Why are they creepy? Why do I find this like slightly off-putting? I think it might be the wallpaper covering the whole ceiling. It's like off. Am I the only one getting that? I might just be going insane, which is also always a valid possibility. Ooh, this one is very overexposed, unfortunately. We don't get a lot of detail here. It feels empty, and it's full nonetheless. It's strange. It's unfortunate that we don't seem to have better quality images of this. It's a Library of Congress. That's weird. Library of Congress usually has like some of the best scans in the game. Like they're insane. The Library of Congress is one of the best, if not the best, online archive in the world. Oh, we got the spam ad. Yeet. Oh, Library of Congress. Well, that was on me for... That was on me for praising the Library of Congress. It's broken now. It's just broken. Okay. I guess we won't be able to find pictures on there today. Yeah. Sometimes it breaks. It's a very good archive though. I will maintain that. Ooh, okay. Okay, weird vibes from this one. I really like it. Again with this, there's so many pictures of that same place. They all have the same shitty quality. Okay, this one's cool. It is in the Library of Congress. Oh my god, please, please work. Service unavailable. Hey, there it is. Sometimes you reload. I broke it. No, I broke it by talking highly of it. Sometimes it breaks. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it's slow. But the best thing is it has fantastic scans. He's just shy, we embarrassed it. I love that. Okay, there we go. That's a high quality image. We can get a big old TIFF with all of the quality that we want. Then we can try this. Copy. Search that in images and see if there's any better scans of that creepy room. Oh no, don't break. Okay, we're good. Oh, it did break. Okay. It's on the verge. It's on the verge of breaking. Okay, it seems like not even the Library of Congress has a good scan of this, which is unfortunate because it is like I'm seeing putting the mosquito in this unnecessarily fancy room because, you know, they're treating it as a family member. So I like either the very old dusty attic or the very fancy, like unnecessarily fancy one. This one will go in the dusty category. We do have a lot of pictures, which is interesting. We do have a lot of pictures of fireplaces. Also, I wonder who the hell put a fireplace in the attic. Isn't that a weird thing? Why would you put a fireplace in the attic? Don't you usually put those in the lower? I don't know. I don't understand fireplaces, but you should put this below, right? And just let the chimney go through the attic. You don't put the fireplace, like the opening, in the attic. You won't heat a lot of the house up with that. Yeah, I mean, you can't put them on any floor. It just feels strange. But that might just be me. But what I'm thinking with this is we have this nice empty attic. We could possibly remove the fireplace and maybe have the mosquito just perching on here. Maybe it could be perching on the ceiling. Mosquitoes can perfectly perch on the ceiling. Or here in this dark spot, we could have the silhouette of the mosquito. So it's like there in a corner. Not really hiding, but just like a little comfy corner for it. It is a cool space. Let's see. Let's put that here. There we go. Got my notes bothering me there. Okay, let's see how much quality we can get out of this. Let's cut it so we don't get any of the edges. We get some of the broken ones, that's fine. Oh, yeah, seems like we got a bit too much. Yeah, that's good. It is, the quality is perfect. Pretty much exactly what we need in terms of quality. Again, Library of Congress being the best place. Makes sense. So what would be the best place for our big boy here, for a mosquito? It could be... I don't know how to draw a mosquito, by the way. It has like a long thin body, and then a bunch of little legs. We can find pictures of it, so no worries. Just as a little test drawing. So we could have it here, we could have it seen from above there. And there it goes. Something like this, very approximate. Or we could have something similar to this, where it's on the side, but here. Excuse my shitty drawings. And bunch of legs, That'll do. Okay, what would be better? In terms of pictures, we can probably find pictures for all three of these. They were honestly pretty easy to find, pictures of mosquitoes. They're just very common, so there's a lot of pictures of them in sites like iNaturalist, which is about identifying species, and many of the pictures are free to use. So, could be in either of these three. What do you guys think would look better? The one in the shadow here? I feel like if we go for that one, we should probably recrop the image a little. So since we got a good scan of it, we can probably afford to do zoom in and cut it like this. I think we'll still have plenty of quality. This image, the scan is amazing. So if we went for the shadow one here, that could work like that. Yeah, this one will take a little bit to notice, although looking at the lighting, okay, we got a window here, as you can see. If we look at the shadows in the railings, we can see that the window's just a bit, like pretty much in front of this part of the railing. But here, the lighting arrives pretty well. So this side that we can't see, this side of the wall where it would be perching, would be lit up. Not super starkly, but it would have some light. So we would see the shadow, not the shadow, the silhouette of the mosquito bright against this dark background. So it contrasts quite well. We could even, if we wanted to, we could have it perch like this, which would still have some lights considering the wall here, this part of the ceiling, sorry, is lit up. So it would have some lights, it would be kind of looming above a little bit more. They're both different and fun types of threatening. I'm kind of leaning towards this. Both could work because the perspective is fairly similar. Okay, let's look for pictures of mosquitoes and let me save this as attic. Uppercase, not a maniac. Okay. So we're going to iNaturalist here. We're looking, why is it always in Spanish when I enter? Doesn't remember my preferences. So we're gonna search for mosquito. I think it's gonna give us the common mosquito. I think that's Culex. Well, it's a whole family of mosquito. It's Culicidae. We're gonna look for photo licensing. Oh, look at this fancy one. It has a little feather there. Fancy glowing mosquito. Okay, photo licensing, no copyright. We're gonna look for specifically for that. There will be plenty of examples, so we can afford to go for no copyright. This one's kind of dim. It could work. It's a bit lower quality than the image we have, though. We should also, I guess I should look for... Oh, also, look at this person taking a picture of the mosquito as it's biting them. Like, oh, this mosquito is sucking my blood. I'm gonna take a moment to snap a photo of it. Come on. Some people are just built different. Okay, so the ones I used, let me just pull them up. I've been saving my little collection. Our Culiceta melanura and where's the other one? Oh, there it is. Culiceta tonori. I don't know how to pronounce that, but we can search specifically for Culiceta, which I think is a narrower classification. It's a genus, but it will give us mosquitoes that are more similar to the one we have, so we keep it constant throughout the images. Since so the one I used, the face was from Culiceta tonori, and the wings were from there as well. but I think the body and the legs mostly were from this second picture. If we take a look here, Photoshop. Ooh, don't be slow. Don't be slow on me. Yeah, the body and the legs are from the second picture. The rest is from the first one, and then it's kind of covered in bones. I mean, we could reuse stuff as well. Like, this could perfectly be reused. Okay, let's see. So we want something from the side. This could work. Maybe the angle is not perfect, but let's view observation. Oh, wait. Photo licensing. Didn't in the photo licensing thing. There we go. Okay. Oh, these are all crushed. I get itchy when I look at mosquitoes for too long. I feel like they're gonna take vengeance. There's a mosquito flying around. I still haven't been able to catch it. I don't know if it's somewhere around me, waiting to pounce. No, it seems like it's fine, but it should be around there. Hopefully we'll catch it at some point. This could be used for the body. It's pretty alright. It could work for that. Kind of similar for this. Could work for the body. Maybe needs a little bit more of a side perspective. Oh, they will definitely follow me after. We have theorized that it's only one mosquito that just every time I kill it, it reappears and tries to take vengeance once again. So it's an unending cycle. Okay, it seems like we don't have as much from Culiceta than just mosquitoes in general. Let's keep looking for this, because honestly, even if it's a different species of mosquito, since we're only going to go for silhouette, we're probably going to be good. If we got any biologists complaining, I will be very sorry, but they don't usually do. This one's full with blood, which is kind of creepy. Let's see. Okay, so we're gonna have a big difference between the mosquitoes that are alive and the ones that are dead, because the ones that are alive have their little leggies here in the air usually. I don't know what they use them for. Maybe to sense if something's coming, to swat them, and so they can get away safely, I assume. But if you look at them when they perched, they usually have at least one of their legs popping up like this. Not that we need to go for that, because honestly this is our fantasy creature. It doesn't have to be exactly like a mosquito IRL. So we're just using the aesthetics. Actually, the one in the other picture, the one we used here, doesn't have its back legs in the air. They're just kind of hanging. So yeah, we don't need to. Meaty the Batata. Thank you for the follow. See, I get itchy everywhere every time I see a mosquito. They got me paranoid. Okay, this one's kind of cool. Not the legs, but the shape of the body. It's a yellow fever mosquito. Oh, Aedes aegypti. Little bastards, those. Transmit blood disease in certain places of the world. Thank you so much, Mitty. My position remains in the same mosquito as being harassing Val all along. Whenever Val kills it, it returns even stronger. Exactly. Ooh. There's Aedes aegypti again. See, the thing that bothers me about this one is that it has a very clear pattern. This lined pattern that ours here definitely doesn't have. It doesn't have that strong black and white pattern. It's one of those like brown ones. So as good as this one is, I think it feels too different from our original mosquito. God damn it. This yellow fever mosquito will be the enemy. Okay. Oh, not a very good picture. It's a very, very big zoom in. Southern house mosquito. The legs are kind of all over the place. Elephant mosquito. Okay, this one doesn't have as strong as a pattern, so it could work. We could paint out a pattern, yeah, if we don't find anything else. That's a definite possibility. Ooh, this one could be very good. It's from the same family, Aedes, but it doesn't have that strong patterning that the other has. And the antennae are much closer. If you look at those little antennae, they're much closer to what we have here. The position is a bit different, but much closer in general. What else? The patterning on here. Would that match? Yeah, I think it could reasonably match. This one's named after hemorrhoids. Someone must have been pissed at this mosquito to name it after hemorrhoids, of all things. Asian bush mosquito. Another Aedes. But again, with not such a strong patterning. It could work. It would be a bit hard to cut out because of the background. But let's put it in the possible bin. Ooh, that's a very good close-up. Oh, this one's sucking blood. Yeah, look at that. Okay, so if you ever seen the stinger of a mosquito, it's actually like the actual stinger part. It's this very, very thin tube inside, and it has like a sheath that folds back. So if you guys can see this little line here, that's the actual stinger, and this little thing, that's the sheath that doesn't go into the skin, so it kind of folds back. That's very interesting. That's a very good close-up of mosquito feeding. This one's also feeding there, but we can't see it very well. The mosquito stingers, I'm gonna call them stingers. I don't know, they proboscis. I don't know the exact name they have, but They're quite fascinating. Oh, there's this one video that's very funny. It's a video someone took of a mosquito trying to sting someone and getting it wrong all the time, and they put cartoon noises over it, and it's very, very funny. Yeah, let me see if I can find it. Let's see, I think it might be this. Oh my god, let's see. That's a terrible, terrible video quality. It should be something better than this. No, apparently not. Well. The polishing noises when it can't get it, it starts polishing the brushes. It doesn't get it right. It's very good. I mean, we could definitely use this for the general shape of the mosquito. Like, that's probably the best one. It's against a black background. It's a very high quality image, and it's exactly the species we're using. So the thing is the legs, because those legs are just, they're not extended. They just kind of go all over the place, which worked well for the family photo because it's kind of standing above. But in this version, we should have it standing on the wall, so maybe this will work. I've just learned the most about mosquito behavior I've ever learned from a comedy TikTok. And a low quality rip of one at that. Ooh. I love this guy's legs. That's a very normal thing to say. I love this mosquito's legs. No, but actually, I think they might work very well. We just don't get a focused version of the ones in the back. The ones in the front are pretty nice, though. Ooh, is this the same one? Yep. Actually, yeah, it's the same observation, the same sequence. Bootleg comedy TikTok. That's how we should all get our scientific knowledge. Through bootleg TikTok rips. These species with the spots are very cool. They have very cool patterning. It's sad that they transmit so many diseases. Okay, props, huge props to the people who let mosquitoes bite them for pictures. Because this one's just having a feast. It's just having a feast there. Like, pretty filled up with blood already. And the photographer is just like, go ahead, mate. Go for it. See, I kind of feel like this would be really cool if we had a person being at the receiving end. No, don't transmit so many diseases. You're so cool looking. You know, I think one of the worst videos I've ever seen, well, I don't know if I could find it, is a video of a few researchers, I think they're biologists, that have come, like they arrived from a trip or something, and one of them had one of those flies that lay eggs inside your skin, and the larva kind of grows in there. Eventually it pops out as an adult, and they're just pulling out the larva, like just straight from this guy's back. And it's literally like one of the worst things I've ever seen. I will not try to find it because it's not a good image. You want to see it? I don't know if I can find it. If maybe by looking with keywords like larva pulled out from back or something like this, you could get something, but I'm not sure. Okay, we might be able to use the legs here. Let's download. Where do you download these? I think you just click on them. Yeah. Just save them like this. Retris, thank you for the follow. Okay, let's call this one original A. I probably have an original 1 and 2 and 3. Yes, the human botfly. That's the one. See, after studying 6 years of medicine, there are very few things that bother me anymore. But the two that still like creep me out are skin things. Anything in the skin is horrifying. I don't know, for some reason. And parasites. So skin parasites are like a pretty bad combo. Okay, where is our big mosquito? Here. I'm also going to take this, which is the skull I used here. So I think we'll use this for the body and this for the legs. Although we could just use the other one for the body, but it's just looking down because it's biting someone. So yeah, maybe the body from one, the legs from the other. So let's zoom in on this. My mom used to watch a show called Monsters Inside Me. I hate that. I don't want to watch that. The morbid curiosity will kill us all. Okay, not a terrible job by Photoshop there. It missed the whole body, but at least it got the complicated parts. Yeah, that's better. We don't need all this lower area, so I'll just cut it out. I will remove the little drawing. Yeah, we will put a black and white layer on there. Now we'll go here. Use this tool. Oh, hold on. Before that, I'll save, because last time I remember using this tool, it kind of broke things. I don't know. I just want to make sure. No, it didn't break things this time. Good. I don't know why parasites freak me out so much, but it's just like the idea of having something else itching a right in your body is horrifying to me. Yes, might have something to do with like fear of losing your bodily autonomy, which it's like a pretty reasonable fear. I think it probably stems from there. You know, loss of control of yourself, that kind of thing. Oh, Naegleria fowleri, yes. Classic brain-eating amoeba. For some reason, they love talking about that in med school, even though it's like this super uncommon thing. It's nightmarish. Okay, not the ideal cut. It's not perfect. But considering it's going to be low light condition, it might just do the trick. If it doesn't, we will fix it up manually as needed. And soften the cut up in this little area here. Tip of the wings are not super well cut. So I'm just going around the edge. Cutting in slightly. Okay, and we have a pretty decent body to work with here. Here we can take the legs. Umarak, thank you for the follow. And Rice, I missed it. And Andoni, thank you. Oh, welcome everybody. Okay, Photoshop's not gonna be great at this. We'll need a few passes on the legs. I think all the outside bits are gonna be pretty well. Yeah, it's pretty much like I thought. So it'll need a few passes to get as much of the legs as we can. And cut out all the unnecessary parts of the body, because that way we can combine it better with what we got. And then we'll see if it works. Let's for now at least try to get a more or less kind of cuts. And then we'll probably just finish it manually. Jesse, how are you doing? Good to see ya. People in chat were gushing about your art yesterday. Oh, what, yesterday? Last stream, almost that. Saturday. Lovely bugs, of course. You have to be here for the bugs. It's the bug lore. It's important. Making a big old mosquito this time. So we're mixing a couple different mosquitoes because I like the body of this one better and I like the legs of the other one. So we're getting this little hybrid. Then of course it'll get human parts as well. That's another thing. Oh yeah, the bodies from these two are quite different, aren't they? Well, it's fine. The important part is to get the sizes more or less correct, which is why I'm flipping back and forth from these and seeing the face. It kind of looks all right. I think at a glance, it does. We don't have to be perfect. Again, this is our own fantasy universe. We don't have to be like super scientifically accurate to mosquitoes. Okay, I think they fit fairly well. Trying to see which parts I'm gonna have to manually complete. Obviously, I like redoing the edges of the legs because they're not very good in many places. They're just kind of janky. What we'll do for now is shift the edge inwards, feather and contrast, and do that until we don't get any white edges. There we go. That'll be a start. I mean, I guess they are kind of wobbly, those legs originally. We got them wobbly legs. Wonder if there's a word for this sort of art. Many words. There's not like an officially established term. So there's photo manipulation, photo montage, which would be like the Frencher version of that. Digital collage is used sometimes, not a very common term though. There's photo compositing, or more of a technical term. Is why I usually or sometimes call them composites. And there's a general term Photoshop, which, you know what, I like to use because the more we actually use the term Photoshop, if you don't know, if you didn't know about US copyright law, is that when people start using a brand name as this, you know, like they start calling bandages band-aids, or you know, whatever the original name of Velcro is, they start calling it Velcro because it's the name of the brand. If people start using it very commonly, the brand actually loses access to their a lot of their the copyright of their own name, because if people can use it as a common word, it just is generally accepted and they can't enforce other people using their brand name. So that's why I think it's very funny to use Photoshop as a verb, because Photoshop doesn't want you to use Photoshop as a verb. So I would say, especially if you want to mess with Adobe, that the term Photoshop art is perfectly acceptable. And I use it a lot because it's honestly, like, outside of petty copyright things, it's what most people will understand is just using the word Photoshop. It's like the commonly accepted term. The story for this picture, this is within Megalomorpha. So we have this one here, already finished. There's a huge mosquito that has brainwashed this family into thinking it's one of their family members. And it's been siphoning off their blood over time, while they're perfectly happy about it. So we're doing a bit more, because we want to tell a longer story, so I'm gonna need more pictures to kind of illustrate it. In the past, I might have gotten away with just using this one picture, because I was slightly less, like, well, not lazier, but I didn't put as much effort into Megalomorpha, but since it's like my flagship thing now, I want to like put good effort in it and make longer stories, a bit more detailed. So there's a family in Mexico. They're a fairly wealthy family from the countryside that is basically like isolated from the world, and like by choice they're like these kind of loners, because they have this huge mosquito that's brainwashing them into like, don't tell anybody our secret. So they carry this big old mosquito through generations. Let me push these back a little bit. Like that. We're gonna have to fill up a chunk of this leg. We can probably use the front one for that. Just fill up this corner. And this front one as well. Sitcom potential. Someone said that the other day as well. We should make a sitcom with this family. I agree. Any chance to piss on Adobe I will gladly take. Thanks for the info. Genericide of a proprietary eponym. You have all the best words, Stephanie. I have a tornado near me, so I'm gonna go now. Oh no, stay safe, please. You stay safe, and I'll see you. I'll see you later. You let me know how it goes. There's a 90s movie about a praying mantis family that wants to kill the whole world. They ripped me off. Meet the Applegates. I didn't know about that. That sounds fun. Leo, thank you for the follow. It was even faster than a notification. Oh my god, I was talking about this the other stream as well. Jesse, I know I have no control over this, but I feel bad. Like, I feel sorry every time people do the whole reminds me of and point to my art. Every time you do something bug related, like I had copyright on bugs. You know, I know it's annoying to get your stuff compared. And I see it pop out from time to time. And yeah, I think your project is growing into something very cool. It's like, despite the very superficial similarities, like bugs, it's very much its own thing. It's very cool. Talking about bugs, here's the, no. It escaped me again. There's a mosquito that's flying around me, which is very appropriate for today's stream. Oh, thank you. What was killing me was people comparing it to that Peacemaker show. What's that? The superhero show, and there's butterfly aliens that kill people. Oh no. I've never seen it. Yeah, it's... You know, we were talking about it yesterday. I keep saying yesterday, it was 2 days ago, but I kept saying we were talking about it last stream. That, you know, those reminds me of comments that are so common. I know there's never a bad intention behind those. They're never like accusing of copying or anything. Like it bothers me, and it bothers a lot of artists. But they always come from good intentions of, like, you know, people that don't really have a lot to say, and they something makes them think of this other thing. And if A makes me think of B and B is good, I will point out the similarities to let you know that if, like, A is good because B is good. You know, it's silly, but sometimes it gets very common, especially if you get like the same ones over and over. To me, definitely for the Fractal series, like, it's Uzumaki, and I know, like, it's probably the main inspiration behind it. I'm never gonna hide that, but it's still, like, it gets to a point where you don't know how to reply to these comments, so I just don't. I've just made the decision of every time I see a comment that starts with reminds me of, I will simply ignore it. As good as the intentions are. You said that the other day. It's good. It's all good. Like, I know it's not, there's never a bad intention behind it. But if you see some artist's art and you really like it, what we were talking about the other day is, like, there's a few good things that you can do that are very, I guess, flattering, that many artists love. Is like, you find a little detail or a specific thing that you like, and you point out that specific thing. Oh my god, I love the lighting, I love the colors, or I just love the vibe, or it made me feel like whatever. Like, that's great, because you're telling the artist you've, you know, engaged with it, and it's made you, like, you got a reaction and made you feel like something. Like, that's what, you know, art is for. So that'll make an artist's day. I'm definitely, like, cutting a lot of hair, but it's gonna be kind of a bold mosquito. But yeah, I would say that, like, point out a specific thing that you liked, or tell the artists, like, what it made you think of, what it made you feel. Then this topic of, like, jokey answers, which I think, like, it really depends on the artists. There are some artists that will be more bothered by it. I tend not to be too bothered, except for, like, the, you know, low-hanging fruits. Like, oh my god, it has 2 legs, it must be an Among Us. Or, this is me at 3 AM. Mom said it's my turn on the Xbox. Is this SCP? Those. Yeah. Those are annoying, but if people make, like, an original joke that's not a boilerplate thing, I love it. It's funny. It's like, there are very funny memes that have come out of, you know, the comment sections on my art. Like, the title, literally the title of this stream, it's called Bug Lore. Bug Lore is a meme that started by Squaw, who's also now a mod of the Discord. And they started, like, saying all caps Bug Lore every time there was a new Megalomorpha. and it kind of stuck. And now other people started seeing it and started repeating it, and now it's like a thing. People just say bug lore, all caps. Get like really hyped for bug lore. It's very funny. And fractal juice, of course. The fractal juice also came from the comment section. Like I posted the first part of the fractal series. But let me show it on screen for context. I show the first part here with the fractal spilling in the water, and people started saying, "Let me drink the fractal juice. I want to drink the fractal juice," and it just kind of stuck again. It stuck around. Also, hope you guys didn't miss the last post, because it's part of the fractal series. It's what we've been working on for the past week or so. It was 3 streams of working on this. And it's on Twitter already, so give it a look. It's the newest thing, apart from like the stream announcement, I think. It's there. We got the fractal eye. I'm very proud of it. We got the fractal juice being poured on the eye, and the fractal church. Fractal series is very beautiful. Thank you. So for the fractal series, I try to go for aesthetics way more than I usually do, because it's meant to be. You're seeing this series is not taken from a diegetic point of view. You're not seeing this series from the eyes of a character that's taking photos that really happen in the real world. You're seeing it from this kind of omniscient point of view. You're like floating on top of everything and getting close to specific things. Like I'm showing you around the world as it decays and goes into pure fractal madness. So everything is either a very tight close-up of something, or a faraway perspective, like something like floating and seen from the air. So since we're not constrained by, trying to make the photo realistic, I try to go for aesthetics and do cool colors. Lots of pinks and purples, bisexual lighting, of course. That's a fun part of this. The problem if you drink fractal juice, none of your clothes fit anymore. I mean, you can probably go to a fractal seamstress that will cut some holes in your sleeves so you can fit all the extra arms. Almost like a documentary view, exactly. Like this series has no characters, it has no it has no real storyline. You're just seeing this world progress from this bird's eye perspective. I kind of like it because it's kind of the opposite of how I usually tell stories. I usually try to tell stories very diegetically. Diegetic means like the storytelling is happening within the action. So it's the bread and butter of found footage. The footage itself, the art you're seeing, the images and text exist in the world where the images and text were taken. This changes the opposite. It's non-diegetic. So you're seeing it, from a more you have this narrator that's just explaining things about this world, and you're seeing things like the narrator is carrying you around the world and jumping through time. So yeah, more of a documentary perspective, non-diegetically. As I'm bi, I am naturally fractaled. Yes. Every bi person is naturally fractaled. I would know because I am. These look like badass album covers. Honestly, I mean, if someone wants me to make a fractal piece, commissions me to make a fractal piece for an album cover, I would not say no. Oh, the hanging fractal, that was very fun to make. We used a program to create 3D fractals. You can see it on the VOD. I'll definitely use it again in the future to create just cool fractals and put them into the world. Just look at bismuth, which is bi in the periodic table. True. And what colors is it? Iridescent. It's purple and pink and blue. All the good colors. I just think it's a cool color palette. It kind of came out of nowhere. Like the first, if you see the first fractal, I keep clicking on the wrong. There we go. If you see the first part in the fractal series, this was when it wasn't part of the series. These two images are a one-off that I did a year before I actually started it as a series. Which means they don't really fit the first the structure. Every other part is 3 images. That one is 2 images, and then it doesn't fit the color aesthetic. So I'm kind of itching to go back and tweak things and change them and add a third picture, and we'll be good with that part. Like it'll fit the rest. It'll be much more balanced. So if I ever get a reason to, I will. How big would a band-aid we get if the mosquito stung you? You'd probably need like a tourniquet more than a band-aid at that point. I guess the mosquito would probably try to be surgical. It wouldn't try to bleed out its victims because it's going to need them for blood again. So yeah, essentially I started with a not such a specific color palette, but the fractal spill was iridescent because it's oil on water. So when I did it again, I was like, how should I show this kind of oily texture in this picture specifically? How should I show it in the sky? So I gave everything this pink and blue tone, and I really liked it. I was like, okay, let's go with it. And everything since was pink and blue and purple. Pretty much like everything except for the MRI scan, because it's an MRI scan, you can't tint that. Everything else, pinks and blues all the way, baby. Anyway, let me stop rambling. Let's see. Where were we? Okay, so we have the legs here. We're missing this front leg. We actually have a little bit of it kind of covered. We actually can kind of trick it by taking a little bit of the body, but since it's pretty much the same color, it'll just be a little secret. Can I do the same thing here? Not really, but I'll just kind of get the area I need, and then I'll clone stamp on top of it and finish up the textures. That should be good. So we'll just create a new layer on top. There we go. Easy. We got the back legs there. There's kind of a hair here in the middle. And then we get to the more complicated chunk of this, which is recreating this entire part of the leg that goes behind the body, and this entire part of the leg that also is behind the head, yeah, in the original. So we also have, oh yeah, I kind of missed that. We have an extra leg going there, because it has to be 3 on each side. Can't forget that. So 1, 2, 3, the closer ones we have them, and then 4, 5. So it needs the 6th one, which I'll probably just copy from somewhere else and modify. I am lazy. And I guess my selection from before, I kind of missed a few points. Quite important ones at that. It's like the whole connection of the leg to the body. Work smart, not hard. Exactly. I always joke saying I'm lazy. But that's exactly it. Gotta be efficient. Also in Photoshop, as precise as you think you gotta be, like, you gotta trick people into believing something is a photo, right? Not necessarily trick people, but Dapper, oh my god, gifted subs. Thank you so much. That's so cool. How are you doing, Dapper? You guys enjoy your gifted subs. And big time, you have a good night. Thanks for coming. Dapper is officially the sugar daddy of the stream. I'm not even kidding. He has a sugar daddy role in the Discord. My voice is extra lovely this fine evening. I should do an ASMR stream for you. One day. No, but you know, one good outcome of me moving out this next month is that wherever I go, outside, I still don't have the apartment, but if everything goes well, we get a 2-bedroom and we have a place, one bedroom will be the office, where I will set up everything for streaming, and it'll hopefully be a much acoustically, like a smaller room than this is, because this has just has this weird ceiling, because I'm under the ceiling, as you can see. So the acoustics here are definitely not good. They're very echoey. The sound just kind of bounces around in weird ways. I guess I'm kind of like this mosquito in an attic, confined to an attic. But yeah, when I get to the new place, I will hopefully have like a good dedicated stream space. I will put like sound dampeners on the walls, and it'll hopefully sound a bit smoother. Because, you know, the echo just makes everything sound like sharper and not as pleasant. Oh, new decoration. I should think about that, yeah. Because right now, what you see behind me, it's kind of just random stuff, books and stuff that I have, and like 3 little things that I've accumulated. Obviously, this chair here is not coming with me. Like, it's this huge, uncomfortable chair that looks made for smoking cigars instead of... it's very comfortable. I love it, but it's not very aesthetically good. It just covers half my camera. It's ugly green too. But since I'll have a chance to redecorate, what if I get myself a gamer chair? One of those like ugly ones. Big ugly gamer chair. That would be fun. Hot pink gamer chairs. Diva themed. G Fuel sponsorship. Oh my god. Has anyone actually ever tried G Fuel? It it looks like it would taste absolutely horrible. Am I kneecapping my future chances of getting a sponsorship? Yes. But let's just hope they never look at this stream. Only to never touch a video game on stream. I just get this huge gamer setup with RGB lights everywhere, and then I never play games. That would be extremely funny, actually. I should do that. And get like new panels and stuff. Everything like super gamer themed. Just to trick the Twitch gaming audience into coming, and then boom, you hit them with the art when they least expect it. You thought you were coming here to see some sick Fortnite kills or whatever. Here's some body horror instead. Look at this fractal eye. Begging you to get the hot pink gamer chair and do stream of putting it together. No, it'll have to be like good with the decoration. Also, I don't tend to like aesthetically gamer chairs. I find them very ugly. They're just this, I don't know, they're like over designed and often not as ergonomic as other like more office oriented chairs. I don't know. I'll have to find something that goes with the decor, obviously. I'm not moving out to not do some interior decoration. A Minecraft stream with me. Be careful, I'm very good at Minecraft. You will never beat me at putting blocks in places. Like a UCR office? Oh, that would be very funny. I should have the entire back of my webcam should be this huge conspiracy board. Like I'm absolutely insane. Like images and red string all over. That would be very funny. That would be decor. Yeah, that would fit the vibe. Yeah, like the one I made, but in real life. You've never tried G Fuel at all? I might do so. Oh no, did I accidentally do a G Fuel ad by talking shit about it? Am I actually convincing a person to drink G Fuel? See, that was my plan all along. You fool. See, I was nagging you all into drinking G Fuel. That's how I do. That's what the trick is. I'm feeling like the mosquito's kind of cramped here. Okay, we gotta figure out the size. What's the right size? This bastard here is bigger than a person standing up. Like this is a regular guy standing up. Obviously the legs are kind of extended here. So let's try to figure out the length. So the body probably finishes somewhere around here, which means it kind of does this. The body in horizontal like this would probably be equal to a person's height, roughly, which here would mean I guess it will depend on the railing and stuff. But if this, depending on how low the ceiling is, it kind of feels small. I managed to get a sponsorship before getting sponsored. What an absolute loser move. Do not claim responsibility for any G Fuel induced medical emergencies. Sounds very safe. Okay, what if we put it here? We will have more space. It's a bit more out in the open, but we can fudge the lighting until we're happy with that. We can kind of clip it out of the wall. Of the frame, sorry. I'm saying words. I mean, considering, okay, you can see this ceiling wall here. I can't put it on camera for some reason. Well, you can see the wall right there above me. The mosquitoes love to perch there, so it's very similar to this actually. Pretty similar in angle and everything. They love to perch on these kind of walls in real life. So I guess it would work here. I'm trying to think if the size will match. If this is supposed to be about the height of a person. I mean, I guess that's a door, but that's a very small door. That's just a regular door. So a person would probably fall around there. Figuring out sizes is the worst. If this mosquito is further ahead, it would probably make sense. This kind of size seems alright. Intuitively, like I don't, without going out to actually make calculations, because that's boring. Intuitively looks right. And we can fudge the numbers because there's no people in this photo, so we don't have to actually compare it to humans. The proboscis here, the stinger, is being very annoying though. Because it doesn't really fit against the corner wall here, the corner of the ceiling. Can a mosquito perch entirely vertically? Or like upside down? Is that a thing? I think so, right? I think they probably could. I'm trying to think back. Mosquito directly on the ceiling. Yeah, that makes sense, right? I kind of like it here. I didn't consider it at first, but that's actually pretty nice. I think it fits well. Makes more sense than in other places where it feels a bit cramped. Here it has space to breathe. We can also focus the picture a bit more on the ceiling. We can cut it like this, so it's actually pointed upwards. Like the photographer is trying to focus on the mosquito, which makes some sense. Okay, then I also want to ask you guys, what do you think about the fireplace? Does it feel weird? To me, it feels weird to have a fireplace that's in the attic. That doesn't make sense to me. But maybe I'm too European to understand. I've never seen a fireplace in an attic, so maybe that's an American thing. Who knows? But we could perfectly just cut it out. I mean, not perfectly, it would take some work, but could be done. I don't know. I want to know you guys' thoughts on the general topic of a fireplace in an attic. Don't worry about this, by the way. It's on a separate layer, so we're not doing anything final. Also, this is completely askew now. Yeah, you agree it doesn't make sense? Okay, I'm not the only one here then. Okay, good. I'm glad I'm not going insane then. Kind of bothers me that I have to connect these because they're definitely not. Like, since they were placed apart, these two corners, they don't fit together well. So I'll have to bend things slightly. Yeah, I don't know who the person who made this house is, but what an idea to put a fireplace in the attic. What a strange concept. Maybe it is a house that's literally a roof. So it's actually this house's lower floor. See, that would make more sense to me than a fireplace in the attic. As part of the horror. Then people would go like, okay, I see the big bug. What's up with the fireplace though? And I'll be like, no, please talk about the mosquito. Or something that actually happens. This happens in real life. People will know that it's a Photoshop, right? Because it's not plausible to our rational minds that a big mosquito could exist. So, of course, people will immediately reach the conclusion it's a Photoshop. Some people will kind of get annoyed at the fact that it's a Photoshop and will try to like prove that it's fake. So these kinds of people are extremely funny most of the time because they'll instinctively know it's not real, but they don't know how to point it out. So they'll point out things that look weird to them that were actually in the original image. So many times that people will try to like prove me wrong and one-up me like that, they will point out completely wrong things that were just literally in the original image, and it's never not funny when that happens. Because, you know, I don't think this... there are very few feelings that are as good as when someone tries to do a gotcha on you and they completely fail at it. It's a satisfying thing. In a childlike way, it's satisfying. It's fake because no one would put a fireplace in the attic. Can I get your signature on the thing I DM'd you? Oh no, you scare me. What is it? Can I open it on stream? Do you know what it is? Or should I... Hold on, you do something. And put the browser view. Because now I'm too curious. Okay, it's the UCR thing. Gotcha. I'll put a little director signature there. Oh, here's something funny. What if we actually leave the whole of the fireplace? Like, it's the only thing we live in. So right now it doesn't feel as much as a fireplace. It feels like just a hole in there, and it's kind of weird. Googly eyes. Okay, let's put the googly eyes on the girl here. Okay, I guess just one because we're seeing a side view. Beautiful. My mom falls for stuff like this all the time, and after watching You Forgot Us another so many hours, I come up with a bullshit reasons why it's fake. I think you could probably, like, just by watching how I make this, you probably have enough insights into seeing faked pictures. But I could do, it could be a fun topic for a stream to do a little, like, quote-unquote lesson, like a practical lesson on how to spot fake images. Because I think that's a very good, just a general skill to have on the internet. In your arsenal of, you know, checking if things are disinformation campaigns and that kind of stuff. Maybe that's how the mosquito creeps around. Yeah, we actually have some other pictures of fireplaces that that could be tied in. Maybe the mosquito just moves around through the whole of the fireplace that's just open to different levels. I've learned nothing by watching you. It's almost impressive. Okay, I have this little okay, let me find that real quick. I think I got it in my moments here, threads. Okay, this is a thread from way back. I think before, yeah. No, it was when I was starting doing horror. It was when, because I link below it, I linked to one of the first Megalomorpha, or the first like batch of Megalomorpha. But that's a little thread I made on how to spot Photoshop pictures using my own, like I self-critique. and show some tools like photo forensics that are actually like super useful. Got home from school and made dinner. Enjoy and hi, welcome. I hate how this doesn't fit. Just gonna push everything up a little bit. No, that's too much. Need to kind of estimate. That's better. And also, like, a tip in general to spot photoshopped images is trust your instincts. Because our brains are very good at spotting fake things. Even if they trick like our rational brain, it's very hard to trick your intuitive part of the brain. That just, you know, your brain is constantly seeing images and seeing how the world works, how light bounces on things. So even if you're not able to really articulate it, it's actually, you know, there's, and of course, I'm gonna be biased because I can spot photoshopped images probably way better than most people because I do this. But I think in general, most people are. Like, most people have that instinct. Just from watching the world around them. Okay, so over here we have, I think we'll mostly have kind of a non-specific lighting. Let's see. Over here we do have, in these parts that are closer to the windows, we have some harder shadows. I'm seeing the inside of this here kind of starts as a hard shadow, but then it goes soft. Same here a little bit. It seems like the sun, and there's a little bit of light coming from this window, but the sun is coming from this one for sure. So the main source of lighting is going to be from the left, but there's going to be some fill lighting from the right as well. Let's see if I am correct. Let's see. Just gonna call this Moscow, because, well, actually no, it's called someone who was it at the beginning of the stream unlocked the name this creature and named it Eduardo with a W. So this is actually Eduardo. And since it's written with W, you have to pronounce it like the English accent version of Eduardo. I would say Eduardo. Which is so funny. I love that pronunciation. I'm gonna remove the googly for a sec because I need to light this. Pants Ferdinand, welcome. Great name. Eddie, our boy Eddie. So we do some basic lights, and we'll have to raise in some places because I'm going a bit too strong there. Then of course we'll have to add the skull. So actually, you know, I will do... Let me find the skull. Kepetipoles. Oh my god, skull. I'm not gonna be able to pronounce that. Thank you, fans. So we got the skull, and then we got the bones. Where are the bones? Must be one of these layers. 25, I want to bet. Skull and bones. The full set. The full humanoid skin. Yes, I put this below here, and this I will graft onto original here, so it's below the legs, while this will just exist on its own, I think. Here's how it works. As you can see, the actual eyes of the bug are behind, and the skull is kind of just serving as a sort of faceplate. So the skull would kind of slot into this, I think. Or no, like this. Right, because the stinger comes out from the bottom, and the antennae come from the eye sockets, actually. So I'll have to do some... I'll have to play around with the antennas, I think. But I need to slot this in a way that feels natural. 80 knows how to dress for a party, exactly. Okay, so as you can see, that the proboscis is coming from right below where the mouth would be, and the antennae are coming from where the eyes would be. So this kind of fits well. I think I need to turn it slightly more and do this. So the eye is still behind, it fits. The skull works there. And then we'll do some lighting. I kind of bathe all of this in lights, a bit too much perhaps. We're missing one antenna though. I think we'll have to... I actually think this antenna is quite different from the other species we're using in the other edits. Put the googly eyes back. Not until I finished the base. Gotta work on it. Can't work on it with the googlies. Is known. Okay, let's see. Now I gotta find the layer that... antenna. Actually, the word antenna in Spanish, because I worked on that part out of stream. So you'll see, if you see one of my Photoshop things, whenever something is named in Spanish, it's because I did it out of stream. Whenever something is named in English, it's because I did it on stream. It works like that. Don't ask me why. My brain is kind of wired for English while I'm streaming, and otherwise it just kind of defaults back to Spanish. Let me see. How long is this? Actually quite long. A bit bigger than this. This feels about right. So we'll need one that goes in front like this. and the other one that goes behind. So this will be body. Teach me a word in Spanish. What's a word I can teach you in Spanish? I swear? I'll teach you one of the most useful swears in general. And it's cojones. Cojones is balls. Literally, it's just balls. And you can use it for, like, to amplify anything. Either good or bad. So you can say, you just finished a tasty meal and you say, joder, eso estaba bueno de cojones. This was good as balls. Or, there's many expressions you can say with balls. You can say, estoy hasta los cojones, which is, I am up to the balls. Which is, yeah, I'm fed up with something. There are about 1 million of them. Balls is universal, yeah. Let me turn this around. Hey, that's much easier to work on if it's turned around, because our brain sees it better. I should have done that a while ago. It's fine. Yeah, if you held a contest for words, the word that has the most meanings in Spanish, I think balls would win, like cojones would win by a lot. Now he's just kind of on the floor. We'll keep working on it like this. It feels more intuitive for some reason. Well, I guess because, yeah, we're used to seeing things like that. But what I can do now is take the skull and both the antennas. So, where's the other one? Here. And now that we don't have to be worried about the antenna, we can probably fit this to the face a bit better. This feels more right. And we go to the skull. And kind of continue it towards the back. As we can see more of the top of the head here than we can see there. There you are, right side up now, exactly. Okay, then we just remove this for a while. Because all that lighting I had done was kind of bothering more than it should be helping. Now this part of the proportions kind of falls the wrong way. What I might do is just cut it out. Ctrl J. And put it below. Oh, there we go. Wow, this one is yeeted out. Yeah, should be better. Let's find a slightly better place. There we go. Okay, good. Then on top of the body, only the body, I will add some shadows of our own. Again, thinking about it, now it's the other side. The lighting is mostly coming from the right, so we gotta add shadows behind each of these legs, wherever they kind of cross over with the body. It would cast a little shadow. And then we take all the ribs here, since each of them is kind of popping out of the body a little bit. Well, we help that out. We give it a little bit of lighting to help that. And finally, I want the compound eyes to show very well here. So I'm just pumping them up a little bit. And then we have all this for the body. Okay. I want to light most of the wing up. Except for maybe the part that's closer to the body, because would have some shadow from the body covering it. Okay. That's all good. Where are the legs? Legs are this. Okay, here's an idea. What if, to give it some more human characteristics, maybe something that we wouldn't see in here because the front of the legs is being covered. What if these front legs ended in little hand-like appendages? How about that? Do you guys think that will work? So I don't know if we would take human hands, or if we just take the structure of the legs and create a little, you know, like 5 little fingers and kind of a facsimile of a human hand. Something kind of thin, so it doesn't like plop out and doesn't feel like unnatural. So like not something like this. Not that. But something where you can kind of see it end in little fingertips. Make 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Something like this, just disturbingly human-like. We are doing big bugs. Welcome, welcome. Okay, should we give that a try then? At the very least, it's worth a try. Let's see, we'll use actual parts from the... Oh, I need to move the antenna a little bit. So I don't clip the actual legs. Okay, I have a copy. Don't I have... Oh no, the tips are their own independent things. Okay. Started work again today and Adobe's just actual hell. I feel ya. Okay, so we'll take this, we'll make it into smart objects, and we'll use kind of thinner versions of it, build little itty bitty fingers with it, and hopefully create a sort of facsimile of a hand. I kind of like how the legs already kind of end in this little tip, this little hook, because it makes sense, right? They got a hook with something. One more. I will remove the sketch so we can see what we're doing a bit better. I got thinner. When the giant mosquito caresses you with his little hands, does it tickle? Like when they walk on your skin. I mean, it's big enough that probably will feel more like a punch than a tickle, but... Okay, let's try and find a good angle for this big old finger. I kind of like that they have something like opposable thumbs. Kind of like they stole the body plan from humans a little bit. You know, they got their their DNA mixed. I was gonna say GNA. That's a mix of genes and DNA, I guess. They got all mixed up, so it would make sense that some parts of the human body plan kind of mixed with the bug's body plan. Okay, let me see here. That's legs. Okay, how about this little hand-like thing? Thumbs can be hard in photo manipulation? Oh, of course they can be. Oh, I didn't notice. You call the mosquito mansquito. That's extremely good. The mansquito feels like a movie title from a 50s horror movie. The Attack of the Mansquito. Shab, thank you for the follow. Shitty pun names. Absolutely, I agree with you. They're always good. Okay, so now I kind of have all the fingers. I just gotta invert their order, I guess. This is one that I will have to invert. Or not necessarily, actually. There we go. A little bit of this. I'm gonna need to remove the original leg from behind. Oh, and the other one. That's the one. Mansquito is also a 2000s horror movie. And Luthor name. Oh, it is an actual. Oh my god, you're kidding. We were joking about it being a bad horror movie title, and there it appeared right in front of our eyes. It just materialized. Let's see. What's Mansquito about? Oh my god. Okay. It's worth a read. If only for the poster. Mosquito Man! Oh my god. Made for television monster movie. Oh, it's of course it's a fly. I'm not gonna read the whole plot, that's a lot. We're just gonna look at the poster and marvel. Beautiful. It sounds very terrible, we need to see it. We do. Let me move over here. You know, next server movie night, mayhaps? Watching Mansquito. Subjecting ourselves to whatever it might be, because we have no idea. UNTV or UNTV, thank you so much for the follow. Okay, I think that kind of works. Let's say it works. It's kind of subtle, but if you look at it, it has like little digits, which is fun. Okay, I want to make the antenna darker. There we go, that's much better. I do the same to the other one. Where is it now? Antenna. You can wave now. Well, Mosquito Man can say hi to us. know, the hands, as silly as it sounds, the hands to me make the and the skull make it feel much more like a human, just getting kind of creeping around like that. For some reason, the hands, I didn't feel it before when it was just normal legs, and suddenly you got hands, and it completes that. I don't know. To me, it completes that feeling of there's a guy. That might just be me, though. Hey, welcome back, Sora. Oh, these ones are blurry. I mean, we'll have something going for us in that we'll be adding noise. I'm actually going to be adding some grain here from our action. It's not the best grain. I like to add the one in the filter, as you guys know. But this grain action helps a lot when you have blurry areas and they, you know, they actually gain some volume. The Moscow has human hands. Let's change to, oh, this. I love this album so much, and I'm glad that it's one of the only few, the few only like regular albums that doesn't trip Twitch's copyright thing. Because this Japanese jazz album from, I don't know when. Problem is that this leg kind of has inverted lighting. Like this part should be lit up and the other should be in shadow. So we essentially just have to draw on top of it a bunch, and we're gonna lose a lot of texture. But it's faint enough texture that we can probably get away with it. So it's that point of the edits where it always becomes a drawing, but sometimes you just gotta paint. Yeah, let me go to legs here. I don't recall because it was at the very beginning of the stream that someone named it Eduardo with a W, so it has to be pronounced with a very English accent. Okay, let's see. I want to take this leg, because I nearly forgot to do this. Just take the leg on its own. Go behind the main body. And also, let me group this, call it hands. There we go. Okay, which one is which? I lost my layer. I lost my layer. It happens. Sometimes you lose your layers. I don't know where it is. I must have deleted it. Either that or it's hidden. Oh, that's drawings. That's drawings. Yeah, I'm gonna assume I deleted it. For some reason. I accidentally hit backspace or something. I'm gonna get another copy. Hopefully this time it'll work. What is this? Oh, there it was. Well, it's fine. Googly did it. No, I had put it as a clipping layer to another one, so that's why I couldn't find it. Silly me. Okay, so what I wanted to do actually was have this leg on the back, and let's try to have it be where the original was. So the original kind of has a bit of a bend there, but it goes down lower and then shoots up. Okay. So we'll put it here, do a puppet warp. Do this. And then let it hopefully bend without doing a strange angle. Okay, let's call this back leg so we can find it easily. And there it goes. Just a small detail, but should make it feel like it has a bit more volume. Okay, now we need to actually work on the main shadows. Oh, this needs to go within the layer. There. Don't know what layer 7 is. It's empty. That is because I keep creating layers and then forgetting about them. I'm smart like that. Okay, so we have some strong light coming from this side. And I guess it's coming from this window, right? So it's not coming straight up. It's not going to do this kind of shadow. The shadow is gonna kind of bouncing off, but it's gonna do this. That would be my guess. So the main shadow of the body, if I were to hazard a guess, would be fairly far away and very soft. So it would kind of be over here, I would assume. I've started to think that pretty much all the light comes from here. It just kind of goes here and bounces, so we have some fill light. This essentially like prevents, we won't have like very strong shadows behind this, because we have a lot of bouncing light. The image is upside down, yeah. Maybe we'll figure the lighting a bit better with the image right side up. It doesn't change much actually, but because lighting works both forward and backward, so backwards. So it would be a kind of radial thing from here. I think I actually have, I haven't used those in ages, but I think maybe somewhere around here. Maybe an other? No, okay, I must have lost those brushes. I used to have brushes that were just kind of like perspective things, and there was one that was simply just a radius with things coming around it, so with like, you know, kind of like this all around. Sometimes it's easy to use to set up some perspective stuff, but essentially we can kind of intuit it. Sometimes what is technically correct looks intuitively wrong. That is absolutely true. And you gotta go with what's intuitive. Because at the end of the day, you're just trying to trick people's intuitive brain, the part of the brain that lets them know if something is real or fake. No, we need to go. And turn that around again, because it makes more sense to my poor little brain. The farther away the thingies are, the creepier they are. Absolutely. We fall into the uncanny valley. I got a feeling that we'd actually get very little shadow in the frame. Maybe get like a splatter or two, but it kind of becomes soft at this point. But okay, so we definitely need the shadow from this, which comes from here. So it would do this. Shadows is one of those things that you can either kind of feel, or you can do them like, you can study them a lot and try to do the perfect shadows. But sometimes if you feel it out and it's not too hard, you can get it right. Yeah, the fingers for some reason did such a big change in how I saw the kiddo, the Moscow. So this would kind of Like this. But a bit further away still. Yes, there's some googly eyes. They're here. They were in a previous place. Thank you for reminding me. Now it's a real human. I'll have to hide them momentarily because I'm gonna do shadows over that part. But we get to enjoy them for a little bit. Oh, and thank you for the save reminder. So, okay, we gotta do quite a bit of shadow since lighting is coming from here. So most of what we're seeing is in the shadows. Do this over the face. But, like, not be overzealous with them, because there's still a lot of fill light. Like this light kind of bouncing around the whole room. And this, since it would be kind of translucent, wings are pretty light. They would be pretty hard to see overall. Here we mostly get bounce light from the corner. Get some bounce light over here as well. Bit there. Then just from the main source of lights, this little corner, this light is pretty much coming parallel. Everything below that like kind of pops out of the body would be lit up. Saint, how are you doing? So by the segment, you can maybe talk about megalomorpha as if they were real. I would pay you to do that. Imagine just coming up to your bio class and start presenting these photos, just completely straight face, and start talking about the biology. The biology and physiology of megalomorpha. If only bugs were real. We can only dream. Shoop. Now it's backwards. Well, now it's upwards. It was backwards before. Yeah, well, you get it. Oh, for those wondering, since Saints changed their profile name, Saints used to be Claire / Vald maybe do this and on Twitch. You're special. Okay, good luck with your assignments. You got it. Okay, now let's trace around the little fingies. bug thingies. There's a shadow, right? Shadow. Gently caress your face. It would be funny if the bug actually cared about the humans. Wouldn't that be funny? Like, due to the mix of human genes in it, there's like an instinct they can't really understand or control. Also, yeah, careful with saying things like megalomorpha gently caressing you, because I know people will get horny for anything, and this seems like an eventuality. This is like it's waiting to happen. I'm actually sort of surprised that nobody's being horny for the bugs yet. I guess they're not human enough. I was joking, by the way. It's not an actual concern, at least for now. You just tuned back in mentally to hear horny for the bugs. You're welcome, I guess, or I'm sorry. Rule 41. I mean, I guess if I ever look for Valdevia or any of my creations on Rule 41 and I find something, I know I've made it. Actually, that already happened. That was for the SCP I made, that for Rounder that became SCP-6000. Let me show you. So Rounder told me to make, let's see, where is it? Rounder told me to make a sleeping snake lady, right? That's what I got. I made this. Apparently people got horny for her, but like in a big way. There are several NSFW drawings of her. Yeah, it's 44. It's 34. Who said Rule 41? It's 34. Numbers are hard. I was wondering where monster fuckers draw the line and realized there probably isn't one. Yeah. There's always gonna be someone. Even if something draws the line for a lot of people, there's always gonna be someone that where it's still not the line. So there might be no line. It's funny how only that rule caught on. It was like a whole list of rules of the internet, and only the porn ones caught on. Because people be horny. Oh my god, I forgot the proboscis. I really love the word proboscis. I don't know if I'm saying it right. I'm probably not, but it's very funny to me anyway. Let's go back to this, which makes way more sense to me. The light is coming from here, so it would do something like this. And again, it kind of all connects in the back there. So thankfully, like, most of the shadow is actually out of frame. But I think I went a bit too close there. Rule 34, if it exists, there is porn of it. No exceptions. Rule 35, if there is no porn of it, porn will be made of it. True. So I guess I'm still at... Megalomorph is still at 35 stage. I honestly would be concerned if this was somebody's thing. Like... It's it's literal skeleton mixed with a bug. The algorithm's gonna rage at us. I don't think the algorithm cares much about what is said in chat. We are good. There is no need to worry. I'm 100% certain someone is into that. Well, that's reassuring. Okay, so here we can basically play around with different things. We can make it into way more of a silhouette-y thing. Obviously we can't go super dark, but we can make it into more of a shape. Let's actually go the right way. Or we could go like before and make it brighter than it was originally. We can do something like this with the output lowered to, okay, let's see what output levels we should have. This max dark here is about 8 to 13. Same here, but realistically, how dark it could be over here would probably be closer to the 6246. Currently it's at 21. Oh yeah, 50 something would be... Yeah, that would be kind of insane actually. Just got back and we're talking about what? Yeah, we can't possibly incur the wrath of the algorithm. We made a sacrifice, absolutely. Whip scorpions care for their young a long time, and mothers of the species are shown to count for their young with antennae. Aww. That's so cute. Okay, then there we are. I think that's as much as we can do here. We can crop it differently. We can find different... I mean, we can't go much further up than this because we got the title. But other than that, we can make it smaller within the frame. Oh, I kind of accepted. Oh, we gotta wait. Okay. I kind of like the zoomed in version. Also, thank you for the save reminder. I kind of like the zoomed in version more. I didn't hide the signature yet. We gotta get to that still. Where could we hide it? Good point. I'm thinking the wood in the back. That would probably be the place where it would make the most sense. Yeah, wood paneling was my first thought as well. Like here or here it's a bit thinner, right? So ta. Or little doors here, there are a bunch of little doors. I don't know if any would really make sense, but... And the railings... kind of thin to actually do the signature, I feel like. I think wood paneling is the logical answer. So let's go with that. Let's use this. So first things first, I'm gonna do a copy of this here. Gonna put it there. And then I'll make a copy of this, for example. Then Ctrl J that. Based on probably nothing, I think Mothman is probably overrepresented in Bugman porn. Probably. I think that's a fair assumption. So we put this in darken. Yeah, darken works. I love having a civilized discussion about bug porn. See, this is what having a good community is. This line here will kind of just come out of nowhere and disappear, which is strange. So maybe we can make it more into a crack. Make it feel a bit more accidental. So let it kind of follow the grooves of the... It's actually gonna... Let's just not make it a straight line, essentially. And then taper it off at the edges. That's good, isn't it? Pretty good camouflage. Val, that is scaring me. I'm sorry, I can't control them anymore. They're adults, presumably. Okay, first thing we... Bonks chat, exactly. That's the right way to do it. So, bigger, chunkier grain, as we like to do. And here's where we mess with everything until we're happy with how it looks. I kind of started this with the mosquito caressing, that's true. But you couldn't know where it would go. It's not your fault. Hey Motley. Okay, let's check before and after. Getting a bit more of that dramatic lighting, as we like. I think let's go a bit underexposed. Let's just go darker in general, because that'll make everything a bit more silhouette-y. Slightly harder to read, which usually increases like the confusion and horror. Hell yeah, I get that hot chocolate. Okay, so essentially just darkening everything and then punching the highlights back up so that we don't get everything just being kind of a muddy gray. The lights will still come through. One of my friends just DM'd me saying they saw the fractal art because I retweeted it and I freaked them out in a cool way. Well, I'll tell them thank you. Relevant read for fellow geeks. Bonobos joined Tim's closest human relatives. Nice. Bonobos are really cool. They are just horny little guys. And honestly, good for them. I like this. I'm happy with this result. It's kind of on your face, like the bug is right there. We were planning initially on putting it in this corner, but it was kind of cramped in there. And honestly, look at how cool this little buggy boy is. I guess I keep calling it boy. It's supposed to be a female if we go from biological standards, but I also kind of want to go here and do the same thing where I underexpose it and add contrast a bit. Let's see. It's a bit, yeah, it's a bit too dark. Bit too dark, yeah. Let's keep it like it was. I already messed with it a lot, so. Shadow looks so good. Thank you. Perfect. I'm glad. They were trickier than most to figure out, but we got them. We should go to stay for longer, but I have to go to sleep. Okay, Indigo. You have a great night. Thanks for coming. Just a little guy, gender neutral. True, true. Okay, I want to do a little thing on the background. I want to add some soft lights. To hopefully get a bit more contrast up from the 3 legs here that come from the back. Right, so we make this darker, we can make them brighter a little bit as well, so we can hopefully get overall a good contrast from everything. Also, addition to resurrect the Middle English word white. Is that just the word for white? As written in ye old times? I know that the ye is not supposed to be said like that, but I do it specifically to anger the English major here. Oh, white, a living being. Interesting. A creature. Yeah, I also thought undead things. Yeah, that's what I thought of. Okay, here's the changes. So we got a bit more contrast of the back here. We reduced brightness of the skull slightly. I think we can get a little bit more lights on top here, just to make it pop. A bit more like this. No, that's too much. There has to be a good middle ground. Hell yeah, enjoy that hot chocolate. Okay, bit more contrast over there. Let's see how the silhouette reacts to that. Let's see, changes from before, definitely better than this one. And changes with the original. I feel like it has a good silhouette, good contrast against everything. Before it got kind of muddled in the middle area here. Now I feel like you can see the whole thing. I could have gone the other way around, which is my kind of what I'm thinking right now. That I went with brightening this, the legs here, and darkening the background. What I could do is quite the opposite, where I leave the legs a little bit darker and I brighten the background. So the whole silhouette will be essentially like dark against bright. While right now it's you got from here and above, the silhouette is dark on bright, and from here and below it's the opposite. Alex, thank you so much. Hey Val, say hi to my cat Minette. She's watching the stream too now. Hey Minette. My my best fan. The only real one. Nobody else got me. I know Minette got me. Mobraco, thank you for the follow. Let's try, just because I want to see. Let's try the other way around. So I just inverted this essentially. Dark background. It's not bright, but it'll serve our purpose. And then let's add perhaps just a touch of darkness over there. And let's see how the final image reacts once all the smart filters are added. Okay. Oh, hard decision. Hard decision. It's like two different ways of getting the same thing, a good contrasting silhouette. This I think is like slightly more balanced image-wise, but this gives us a very strong silhouette of the mosquito, which is also cool. Hard to choose. Kind of leaning towards this though, because it gives us like a consistent silhouette, which is nice. Yeah, I'm gonna go with this, I think. I'm still not like entirely sold, but I think I'm gonna go with that. It's just like slightly more readable. And at the end of the day, you care about like that first impression. You prefer the darker mosquito. Yeah, so this one we have on screen right now, right? Yeah, I'm also leaning towards it. It also just works well like this. I mean, I'm not going to use it like this, of course, but... It fits the wall well, the ceiling, sorry. I refuse to call it anything else, and you are absolutely right. Vickery. Thank you for the follow. We're nearly at 3,100. That's a lot. Like, that's quite fast. Weren't we at 3,000 not like a week ago? 2 weeks ago. Yeah, that's good for Twitch. I think the sacrifice we did to the algorithm actually like literally worked. It's giving us, it's blessing us with those algorithm points. I guess, yeah, so that for the new folks that just got scared by me saying that, a couple weeks ago, yeah, it's gonna be a couple weeks. We reached 3,000 followers, and we decided we would celebrate by sacrificing one of those followers, essentially banning them for 2 weeks, and to please the algorithm gods. And right after that, you know, I posted something, it did very well, so I think the algorithm gods were pleased, and they're still pleased, I can see. And that is the actual reason why you're here. You were compelled by the algorithm gods. Their ways are mysterious, but they'll eventually lead us to the same places. Welcome to the cult. No, it's not. It's not a cult. It's just a neo-pagan religion where instead of doing that whole like, you know, trying to evade the algorithm by tabooing your own words and saying different things, instead of doing that, we are directly doing offerings to the algorithm as if they were ancient gods, and we're trying to make that catch on. Like, the world was more fun when they were ancient, unexplainable gods whose whims were so above us that we could only react to whatever they gave us and try to explain what already happened by trying to divine their will. That's essentially the same as algorithms, right? And these black boxes that we don't understand, and they'll have weird and random results, and we just have to interpret it. To be honest, it's pretty cool how algorithms brought back taboos. Like, language was getting boring, and then suddenly we got a new way to just generate insane amounts of language really quick. Like, nothing generates language quicker than a taboo. I remember reading about there was this anthropologist or linguist, I don't recall, who visited I think it was a little island in the Pacific where they had a really big culture of taboos. The specific words you couldn't use anymore because I think associated with like a person's death or something like that. And the guy visited this group twice. The second time, their language was pretty much like irrecognizable because it had changed so much due to taboos. It just evolved incredibly fast. I just think that's cool. Language evolution is very cool. True. And as everybody, all the real ones know, this channel is a linguistics channel masquerading as a Photoshop horror stream. Don't get it wrong. We're here to talk about weird words for some reason. I don't know why we always end up talking about that, but hey, it's interesting. We love it. And I guess we got people who are like qualified to talk about it. I just gotta like say my opinions, but I'm not very qualified. People spell out things phonetically. Yeah, Stephanie just sent me earlier today, tagged me on Twitter on an article. Well, it was an article within a thread, and it had many good examples of TikTok. Since I don't really follow TikTok, it was like pretty much all news to me of how algorithm speak has changed literally how people say things. Like, instead of saying die, you'll say unalive, because you know, if you use the word die, it'll get nerfed in the algorithm. So you'll say unalive, and there's okay. So instead of, since they always throttle words in the LGBT sphere, like always, like they'll have to come up with new ways of saying things. So apparently on TikTok, they started using the dollar symbol instead of the S. So they said lesbian with the dollar symbol instead of the S. And the you know, that TikTok annoying automated voice didn't know how to pronounce it, so it apparently pronounced it le dollar bean, because it didn't read it read the dollar sign as a dollar sign, right? So it said le dollar bean, and people started saying le dollar bean to refer to lesbians, but like spoken out loud, and it kind of became a thing. I think it's something like that. I might be like, I'm paraphrasing, But there were many good examples of how that happened. A linguistics channel masquerading as a horror art channel, as acting as a front for a cult on alternate Fridays. We do philosophy. Yeah, on the live one is I saw it. I think I remember seeing that one in like those Roblox screenshots that were circulated as a meme a few times, and one of them was Kermit, like Kermit the Frog, sewer side commit suicide. So an extremely phonetic way of saying it. And there were many others like that. It's just weird how people will start like literally changing how they speak for these kinds of things. Or like back in the day, people did lead speak, right? They changed letters with numbers to avoid simple filters. Like this wasn't algorithms. This was just simple profanity filters. But still, it's interesting. For a while, instead of interesting, my friends and I would spell it interesting. I like that. Yeah, I think the article there it is. The one Stephanie just posted. One of the things, the conclusions it reached is that you can't really stop people from saying things, and that putting on filters, or right now, you know, like the more algorithmic filters where things are not straight up deleted or banned if you say certain words. It's more, you know, it's not Club Penguin where people would get banned for saying a word, but like immediately, robotically. In this case, I think it's a more subtle way, but none of those methods have worked in making people stop saying things. Like they'll find a way to say anything. And what they do is actually stifle conversations. So yeah, it's stupid. We need a poo in China. I mean, China is one of the most explicit examples of that. I think there was a video in, you know, with the whole Shanghai situation currently, there was a video called, I think, April in Shanghai or something like that. And the video was like an explainer of what was happening, and it circulated through social media. Of course, they wanted it banned because they didn't want that to get out. And they went so far as to ban the word April. Like the word of the month, April. You couldn't use it. You get banned if you did, because they went so hard with the filters, which is absolutely ridiculous. Spiteful creature, thank you so much for the follow. I often think about how incomprehensible it seems to people in 100 years. Yeah, I think also the internet has like accelerated the how quick language evolves, and I think it's like really amplified slang. Yeah, every decade there's a whole new menagerie of slang. Yeah, I can't wait for the day where lit is equivalent to radical, right? They're gonna be the same thing eventually. And I wonder if there will be words that will stick around. Like the word okay is literally slang from the I think it's like mid 19th century. It was like a bad acronym of all correct. It actually has like many fake histories, the word okay, but it actually comes from like Boston slang, I think. And that stuck around cool as a you know, slang for like, you know, something cool. Has been around for a long time. Is it bad that I still regularly use yeets? I use it all the time. Every time I delete something in Photoshop, I say yeets. So, good. Or like bra with, yeah, bra. I don't know how to pronounce that. The worst word that generally in my daily vocabulary is variations of poggers. So that's a very funny origin for the word. The Twitch emote pog, which was the original, and then poggers was a variation of it. But it was named pog because the video it comes from of the person doing was from a video about pogs. So there was this meme of, you know, the person pushing a little domino and it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And it was like, to an absurd degree, it was, hey, John. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you for the host. Welcome everybody. Hey folks, we are doing creepy bugs. And talking about slang for some reason. I don't know how we got there. Welcome folks. let me explain to all the new folks. I hope Jonathan's stream was cool. What did you guys do? Welcome folks. Yes, we do have a funny bug. Okay, so quick explainer on what we're doing. This is a series called Megalomorpha, about big bugs essentially throughout history and throughout the world, kind of infiltrating humanity and manipulating them, and well, it's a whole thing. Let me show you a little bit. Contains many little stories, like this one about a cult in Norway in the 1950s, and they all worship the bug. So each of these is like a little story. If you guys want to check them out, you got them right there. Show them the handsies. Oh yes, I'm gonna show the handsies. So yes, this is the next part in that Megalomorpha series. Also, thank you for all the follows. I missed a bunch. And have a good night, Nika. Okay, so this story specifically is about a family in Mexico in the 1910s that for generations has had this enormous mosquito with some human features like a skull, ribcage, and hands. That's part of the lore that you'll have to read all the stories that I posted in the link to understand why it has human features. But essentially, this huge bug has been following them for generations and essentially brainwashing them into being essentially walking blood bags for it. So the family believes that the bug is just another family member. They call it like Uncle Roberto or something like that. And meanwhile, the bug is taking advantage. Kafkaesque hell. Absolutely. Kafkaesque hell is a very good way of calling this series. Tito Roberto, yeah. So this one we had done a few weeks ago, and today we were just doing this one. So essentially taking some parts of from the same bug, so we could, you know, obviously reuse some parts, like the skull is completely reused, the ribcage is completely reused, the body and many parts of the body are also used, like the abdomen here. There it is. That's the same one. So you get to reuse a lot of things. There's all photo manipulation. So we just mix photos together. There's not a lot of drawing, just mostly using photos and remixing them in different ways. But yeah, and we were also talking about the other series I got, which is the Fractal series, and it's more of a linear series, not a collection of little stories about a fractal, some kind of substance that starts spreading throughout the world and turning everything into fractals, and it kind of like takes over the world and evolves into apocalypse. It starts as just a ship capsizing and spilling something in the water, this oily substance. At first it started like, you know, just affecting the animals, pretty mild stuff. Eventually though, it gets to land and it starts affecting everything. It gets into the air, it starts getting to people, and then people start fractalizing. So they get teeth in their teeth, or nails that grow from nails that grow from nails, and so on. Eventually their brains will kind of like shrivel into themselves and become essentially expanded in a way, and people will start behaving in fractal ways. Eventually, this is the last part I did, and this is what I've been working on this week. They start forming religions. So this religion is called the Fractal Communion, and they start like voluntarily exposing themselves to the liquid that causes the fractal, that chemical compound. So here is a blind person applying the fractal liquid to their eye, and the results, fractal eye. This is what we got so far. Eventually it's gonna build up. Like, we got to the point where people are voluntarily fractalizing themselves because they feel like it's a miracle, right? They cured this person's blindness by making them grow new eyes. Eventually we'll get to people fractalizing other people by force, kind of like bringing about some kind of like eco-terrorism of sorts, of like we think the fractal is nature just claiming back what's theirs, and every human should be fractalized and kind of fused back into nature. So they'll start fractalizing people by force, and you know, eventually it just escalates into apocalyptic territory. So eventually the whole world is consumed in the fractal. I do weird stuff like that, yeah. Thank you, mustache. So yeah, that's what's in store. Those are my two main series, and then I do a lot of other one-off things. I missed the end part of the stream where you made the eye fractal, which is as upsetting as I thought it would be. Thank you. As upsetting as it should be, of course. But yeah, for all the new folks, if you want to like follow along with all these series as they come out, they should give you socials. There they are. You can follow me over there. But yeah, thank you to all the new follows. It's Yellow Taco, Ninetales, Cat Sweaters, Big McLarge Huge, and Very Tacky. Thank you guys. What happens to your digestive tract if you drink the fractal juice? It'll start branching off in different directions. So you better hope that the food ends up in the right exit, I guess. It doesn't get locked in a maze and never leaves there. That would probably be quite uncomfortable. But yeah, that is where we are. Since we're pretty much done with this, I don't know if I want to add anything else. I was thinking of discussing other ideas for this specific pair of edits. So we got this and this, and I want to do some more because 2 edits is not enough to, you know, illustrate a full story. I like to mostly tell the stories through images and then through text, you know, like images always come first. So I want to talk about this family that has this huge mosquito parasite just living with them. I wanted to have a picture of their house. I found some good pictures of Mexican like ranches, but they were kind of like not paywalled, but locked behind some very stupid requirements. So I'll be essentially pestering the people that have them, the university that has them, so that I can hopefully get the pictures I want. Otherwise, I'll probably find something else. There's one bug that exists with the mechanical simming gear. It uses to help itself jump. Yeah, I think that's a beetle. I wanna say. I might be wrong though. Or was it what? Maybe it was a grasshopper. I forget. In any case, the bugs from this series are specifically because it features a lot in the lore of the series. There's a lot of lore about metamorphosis. So the only bugs I've been representing in the series are the ones that do full metamorphosis. So larva, pupa, adult. This includes butterflies, moths, ants, bees, wasps, beetles, flies, mosquitoes. I'm missing a few, but those are like the main, like well-known ones. So I try to go for those bugs always, because they're the bugs that do the full metamorphosis. And there's like, you know, that whole lore about metamorphosis that has to do with why this bug has a human skull and ribs. But you'll have to read the rest for that. I won't spoil that. You guys got the link. Might got a little more fat. There it is. You got the link in chat if you want to read them. Trapjaw ants are very cool. They have incredibly powerful ants that they can use to make themselves jump. They essentially they can like lock their jaws, do a lot of force, and then suddenly release it. So they can use that either for, you know, to use them as jaws and attack someone, or they can point their jaws to the ground and they'll release them with so much force that the ant will go flying around, so they use it to escape traps. They're very cool. Mayflies. Are mayflies... I think mayflies count as full metamorphosis bugs. But I might be wrong. No, they have nymphs. They have nymphs. No, so they have incomplete metamorphosis. So like cicadas, for example, or mantises. I think you say it like that. They have, instead of having larvae, then pupa. Like they get themselves into a cocoon, and then a completely different adult gets out. They have nymphs and adults that sometimes have several stages. Nymphs is different, but yeah, that's incomplete metamorphosis is when they have nymphs and then adults, and complete metamorphosis is when they have like two very distinct stages, separated in the middle by a pupal stage where they're just like not moving. By the way, that new Megalomorph I got covered by one of my favorite YouTubers, Edge. Yeah, Edge did Edge on YouTube, like with like E.G. E.D.G.E. Does a lot of videos on paleo stuff, and he covered my Megalomorph series a while back. Still had, now it's the video is not updated because there's 2 new parts that are out since, but and this one coming out. And 3 Shake Break, thank you so much for the follow. Did I think Simulated Skies as well? I don't know if I did. If I didn't, thank you. So yeah, thinking about other things to add to this, I was thinking the family should have weird traditions that have to do with our fella here. And it's like getting their blood. So maybe some kind of ceremony where they offer blood to it. Kind of like in a big bowl or something. I don't know. There has to be a cool way of representing like some sort of festivity or ceremony or ritual that is specific to this family, and to them it's normal, like it's this, they've been doing it for generations, and to everyone else though it looks very weird. So something like that. What if he had sex? What kind of sex? I would like to do one picture of it with the abdomen enlarged, because right now both pictures we got, the abdomen is thin, so as the mosquitoes are when they haven't eaten any blood. But when they've eaten some blood, the abdomens kind of enlarge. They just kind of expand above and below, and there's like a little window in the middle where you can see the blood literally inside. I think that's very cool. But yeah, I might do a picture of it feeding on one of the family members, which would be kind of creepy. Be definitely just this huge thing jabbing its proboscis into someone's neck or arm or something like that. So I don't know, that's an option. Like it's feeding on one of the family members, definitely, or showing the aftermath of someone being fed on. So the mosquito is not there in the photo, but we see someone with a big scar in their neck, for example. Kind of showing how it feeds without showing the direct moment. Then I was also thinking of maybe doing other generations of the family. So another generation different to this one here. People looking similar, etc., but from a different era. This is from the 1910s, maybe something from the 1940s or something from the 1970s. Like this has been going on for generations, and the bug is still there. It's still alive, and it's still feeding on this family. They've been keeping it going. So different generations could definitely be a good way to kind of carry the story. We got the family's house I already mentioned, and then the mosquito, how it gets blood, like feeding, and the family tradition. Both of those could be related. So maybe the feeding of the mosquito, it only happens like every so often, and it's like this little celebration, and the mosquito just gets blood from everybody. Thanks for the kisses, Uncle Roberto. Maybe they pick a member, have a whole party where the picked member gets fed a bunch of food and it's treated special. And the other day they're fed on, maybe on the birthdays. I like that. Oh, maybe one. So one of the things we did in this photo is make them all look kind of pale and sickly. Just two very simple things. We made the area under the eyes darker, and the area under the cheeks darker, and that really helps, make them feel sick. But we spared the smallest kids, so this one and this one here we didn't retouch in any way. Maybe the moment a kid grows up to a certain age, they get their first feed or something, and it's like this big party, coming of age thing. Yeah, like Hale said. Or end of life tradition, that could work as well. Family tradition, I'm gonna write here, coming of age. That must be terrifying. Imagine being that kid. Oh my god. Oh yeah, when they're very old, they get completely... they get killed by the bug feeding on them. That would be creepy. I like that as well. Yeah, we could probably find a picture. I think we might we might be able to manage. So we had this collection here. That's the Elmer and Diane Powell collection on Mexico and the Mexican Revolution. It's pictures from around 1910s in Mexico. The hats, the fits, everything is so on point. They're wearing bullets, like belts of bullets. It's honestly so cool. Look at this car, like it's amazing. And this is where we got the picture of the family. Right, so it would make sense to take more pictures from there. Maybe this kid in the striped dress is the one coming of age. A feeding age. They got a lot more families too. But of course, we unfortunately only have one picture of the family we have on our main image. It would be cool to have more of them, but it's just the hats. I just love those. Like natural death is forbidden. Yeah, I like that. Maybe this kid? This big sombrero. Could be the one coming of age. So we make him look all pale and sickly. Or maybe the mosquito is like literally fitting on him. And it's just there kind of looking uncomfortable. As he gets his blood drained. And I do think I recall seeing another picture that could work. But I might be wrong. Okay, this kid here. Maybe they're a bit too baby. So yeah, perhaps that older kid with the big hat, that could work. Digital deck, thank you for the follow. Like maybe this kid. It's definitely young, I don't know the age, but it could be like that coming of age ceremony. Member of the family tries to escape and is later found exsanguinated. Yeah, I like that. Like the mosquito trying to protect its secrets to, you know, to the bitter end. That'll be fun. Let me write that down. I don't know exactly how we represent that in a picture. We could have like someone lying face down on the ground, and I don't know exactly what else we could do. Maybe it could just be a picture, just unedited. But yeah, family member, you know, that escapes, gets sanguinated. I like that. There it is. We got quite a few ideas. I like that. Yeah, we got some good bases to continue on this. Obviously, this Megalomorph, I tried to put a lot of effort into each of the pictures and in general each of the stories. So this will take like still a while to come out, and we'll be working on it slowly. Obviously, this month I'm moving, so I will be in and out. Streams will be less frequent. Next week I'm not streaming at all because I'm not gonna be here, by the way. If you guys didn't hear it at the beginning of the stream, I'm telling you now. Next week I will be out in the Canary Islands. My partner and I will be looking for our apartment that we'll then move to. So we'll be going there, and then coming back, and then just picking everything up and moving a couple of weeks from then. It's gonna be quite a short time span to get everything done, but we'll get through it. In any case, in terms of streams, we'll still have this week's Wednesday and Friday, if everything goes well, if I don't have like any last minute things to do. Wednesday and Friday we can work on this. We can work on the commission as well, and this after that we'll still probably have quite a lot of work to do for this part of the series. So it's still gonna be a while, I think. Let me put myself on camera since I don't think there's a lot more to edit here. I'm gonna save everything, of course. Yeah, the apartment hunting is gonna be a bit stressful, but gotta do it, and gotta do it pretty quick, because right now this whole thing is because my partner got a residency, a medical residency in the Canary Islands, so like all the way off the coast of Africa, pretty far from here. So we'll have to move there. There's like customs and everything, because so far away that it has its own customs separate from the rest of the country, and she's not the only resident getting her placement at this time. There's going to be about 50 to 60 other residents that will be starting at the same time as her. So it's a competition, because pretty much all those residents will want to live in the same area. Will want to rent an apartment that's furbished. Will be more or less in the same price range. So you're essentially like running against the clock, against all the other people wanting to get apartments before they get all the good ones. So it's scary. And the nightmare of packing. There's not that much to pack, thankfully, because we're going to a furbished apartment. So essentially we just gotta get clothes, which we can take with us on the plane. We gotta get my work stuff, so computer, that's gonna be like pretty bulky, and probably several boxes I'll have to send. But yeah, computer, screens, cameras, mic, the lights for streaming, like all that stuff I'm gonna have to bring. And yeah, it's gonna be hopefully they don't break it on the way. I'm gonna be so stressed if the computer gets there and it doesn't work. I have to either fix it myself or send it back to get fixed to the peninsula. So it has to go all the way back. It's gonna be. I really hope it gets there in one piece, and I'm gonna try if I can to send it as like something fragile, even if I have to pay more. So they treat it well. Because I'm gonna be super stressed about the computer, because it's my work, right? Everything's on there. It's a huge move, yeah. And thank you. I'm super proud of her for getting her residency there. It was like very hard to get. Gracias. Yeah, the camera I'll probably just be bringing with myself on the plane. We also have a car that we will probably be living here, because getting the car over there is like a big hassle, like from an administrative perspective, and we don't have the time to do all the paperwork, so we'll literally have to leave the car here and have someone else bring it to us later, and we'll be carless. It's fine because it's an island and you don't really need to move around, like there's buses and there's public transport, so it's fine. But at some point you do have to have the car, because my partner will have to like move around through the islands and go to different places. So yeah, it's gonna be another hassle, but that'll be after. That'll probably be after we moved, unless we can find a quick way of getting all the paperwork settled. There's a lot of stressful things to get through. She's very skilled. She's gonna be a surgeon. Yeah, and the competition is very fierce. She did it twice to get the placement she wanted. So she did 1 year. She could have had some other placements that she probably would have been happy with, but she decided to repeat it just so she could get like the specialty she wanted, which is much harder to get. And she got it on the second try, which, yeah, like very, very few people are able to do that. It was I dropped out of that, right? I dropped out of that like rat race because I wanted to do art, and I'm insane, but she got through it. But yeah, she got her residency in plastic surgery. So like plastic surgery in hospitals, like people tend to think of like, you know, aesthetic surgery, like, but in hospitals it's like reconstructive surgery. It's very, very cool. And very hard. So yeah, very proud of her. But yeah, right now the biggest stress is the apartment. It's just getting there. We'll be out there. We'll leave this Sunday, and we'll be out there for a week in a tiny little. We got like the cheapest possible room ever for the week because, you know, we don't want to spend. We don't have that much money. Like, I've been saving up for this, but still we're gonna spend like big chunk of my savings on this, and yeah, just to go apartment hunting. But yeah, hopefully we'll get through it. And the funny thing is that the Canary Islands specifically, I think it's a generally island thing, but there's this kind of a stereotype, but not really. Like it's something that really happens. People out there are super slow. Like the rhythm of life in an island is just slow paced. So if you're kind of rushed and you have to do like administrative things, they will keep you waiting for weeks, and it'll be a complete mess, and it'll kind of stress you out because you want to get things done quickly and you got a time limit, and they're not rushing anything. They live in island time. So for now it's going to be very, very stressful because we're going to have to deal with that and get things done like in an administrative way, while everyone out there is in island time. Then we'll get there, we'll settle down, and we will, as everyone that gets there eventually says, you end up like becoming that person you hated that was super slow at everything. You get the island time gets in your head. So we'll be definitely becoming island boys and living in flip-flops, and it's gonna be cool. Where pretty much wherever we live in terms of apartments, being quite affordable, is gonna be like 5 minutes away from the beach, which is like pretty nice place to live in. You're kind of like the biggest problem is you're kind of stuck in an island, right? Like you don't have if you're there for a limited time, you can explore it. You can explore the whole archipelago, which is very nice. But at some point, you're gonna feel kind of stuck and far away from everything. But thankfully, there's pretty cheap flights back home. Like I'm gonna be able to come back here for a pretty cheap price. So it's still like once we get through this month of stress and administrative stuff, we'll be good. We'll be able to relax. It's gonna be nice. I can't wait to have a place and get like a little space for streaming, furbish it. Instead of having this shitty background I have here, like actually prepare something a bit nicer, have some like lights in the background or something. We'll see what space I have. Maybe I'll be super cramped, but we'll see. Hopefully get some better acoustics. The stream is going to sound better. Yeah, lots of fun things. Well, I might have to change the hours of streaming a bit because it'll depend on, you know, new neighbors. I currently have neighbors, like floor to floor neighbors that are quite nice. Like they've never said anything about me streaming late at night. I don't think I raise my voice too much anyway. but it's gonna be a test. See if the new neighbors are incredibly annoyed at me streaming at 5 a.m. So yeah, that'll be its own challenge. I think preemptively, once I get there, I might try streaming a little bit earlier. So starting earlier, ending earlier. We'll see how it shakes out. But if I can do it, it could be good. I should get bisexual lighting. I currently have these LED lights. Oh, those are going to be super strong. But I can hold on. I can just start it off. Currently have, there they are. These LED lights, this is not entirely put in, but they're quite useful. But I only got them in red or blue, which is why my background is blue. But yeah, I could get another gel for purple or something. To get that bisexual lighting. It look fancy too. Yeah, I can only hope for a smooth transition. It's surely going to be stressful because there's going to be a lot of things, but within that, as smooth as it can be, I hope. Earlier schedule will work better for you catching a stream. I think it works better for everyone. I just live so late. I already have such a late schedule that I naturally end up streaming at very late times. But I notice that it's probably not a good time for streaming because every time I end my streams, I check who's live and there's no one live. No one in the like English speaking world list. So yeah, I'm probably not like streaming at ideal times. It is the best kind of lighting for sure. That's why the whole fractal series is bisexual lighting. The fractal is for the ballets. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we have to change schedules around. Also, for those that were wondering about the podcast, I have to change it below in the schedule. Don't worry, it's like for this month at least. I'm not going to be doing the podcasts most likely because I'm going to be all over. I'm not going to have time to like find guests and properly accommodate them. So I'll probably wait until I'm back in, well, I'm finally in the Canary Islands. I'm installed, everything's working right, and we get a new schedule going, and then like we'll pick it back up with the podcast. Just gets kind of late for me near the end. I mean, imagine here that it's nearly 6 a.m. That's my usual schedule. Don't worry about me, by the way. That is one way to convince me to drink the fractal juice. Weren't you convinced already? Okay, I think we'll leave it at that though. Let me see if there's anyone cool to raid. As I said before, there's not usually anybody at this hour. Let's see if I'm right. Yeah. Nobody. I like to always raid people who do art. It's kind of a self-limiting thing, but no, nobody to raid today. As usual, I guess. But guys, thank you very much. I can't promise anything again, because moving things, my schedule is going to be a mess for a whole month. But if everything goes well, I'll be able to do my usual streams on Wednesday and Friday. So we'll keep doing Mega Morphi, we'll do other things. We might do some one-offs. We'll see. We'll kind of see as we go. Maybe you could raid me when I get to starting to stream. I could. You let me know. Guys, thank you so much. I'll be seeing you very soon. Take care.